Chapter 450. The hazy moonlight slowly receded. Yu Xianzi, who had been unconscious for half a month, finally woke up. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was a figure covered in blood. Other than a pair of haggard and bloodshot black eyes, the other party's face and body were stained with blood. The blood had dried up and turned black and red, making it difficult for people to see his original appearance. However, Yu Xianzi still recognized him at a glance. She cried out, "Zi Chen!" The figure covered in blood was Zi Chen. During the half a month of escape, they had been caught up by the core realm old monsters several times. During that time, there was also a mysterious monster assassin. It was a miracle that they had been able to last for half a month and wait for Yu Xianzi to wake up. Beside him, Tyrant was not much better off than Zichen. During this half a month, he was mainly responsible for luring away the other core realm old monsters. Even with a pill weapon, his injuries were still very serious. However, compared to Zichen, Tyrant's monk robes were much cleaner. They had been pursued all this time. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Their recovery speed was much faster than that of monsters of the same level. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on. "How did you guys get so badly injured?" Yu Xianzi stood up and asked in surprise. However, she soon felt that something was wrong and frowned slightly. As she lowered her head, she saw the clothes she was wearing. It was so wide that it was obviously a man's. Moreover, there was a faint pain in her chest area. Through the wide collar of the robe, she could see an irregular gauze bandage in the middle. After that, everything that had happened before she lost consciousness appeared in Yu Xianzi's mind. She remembered what had happened. Second Grandpa had self-detonated his core realm and used a pill weapon to send her out. He had sacrificed himself to save her. However, after that, he had been stabbed in the chest by the black-robed man. He had thought that he was going to die. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. "You guys saved me." Yu Xianzi's face was filled with sorrow. She remembered what had happened to her and the death of her second grandpa. "You were the one who saved yourself," Zichen said, revealing his snow-white teeth. "Can you still walk? We can't stay here for long. We have to leave." Yu Xianzi nodded. However, as soon as she stood up, her body began to wobble. Zi Chen hurriedly supported her. Ignoring Yu Xianzi's stunned expression, Zichen picked her up and flew into the distance. "You've just woken up, so you're still a little weak. Let me carry you." Tyrant followed, closely behind. The devil ape, who was in charge of keeping watch in the distance, also jumped onto Zi Chen's shoulder. Zi Chen flitted through the forest and was being chased all the way. He no longer dared to soar into the air. Yu Xianzi, who was lying in Zi Chen's arms, was still very weak as she had just woken up. She quickly fell asleep. When the sky gradually brightened, Zi Chen, who had been running for an entire day and night, finally stopped. He set Yu Xianzi down and began to meditate. Soon after, the devil ape found a safe place to rest and signaled Zichen to head over. "This time we've directly fled several tens of thousands of miles away from that region. They shouldn't be able to catch up to us so quickly." In a hidden cave, Zichen gently set Yu Xianzi down. He looked at Tyrant and said, "Now, you should focus on recovering from your injuries." The two of them had been taking turns like this the entire time. That was why they had lasted so long. After finding a safe place, the devil ape left. It was going to keep watch to see if there were any abnormalities. When Yu Xianzi woke up for the second time, Zichen and Tyrant had already fully recovered from their injuries. The two of them also found some time to clean themselves up and change into new clothes. They appeared to be in high spirits. As for the weak Yu Xianzi, after several hours of meditating, her spirit returned to its peak. Her strength was also gradually recovering. The three of them had completely recovered from their injuries. This was a good sign. "What exactly is going on? Why did they want to kill you?" Looking at Yu Xianzi, Zi felt a little unnatural. He directly asked the question in his heart. Furthermore, he consciously neglected to mention the matter of when he was bandaging her injuries. Tyrant also looked at Yu Xianzi. He clearly also wanted to know who had been chasing them all this time. "They're from the Heavenly Kill Alliance," said Yu Xianzi, hatred in her eyes. The Heavenly Kill Alliance. Both Zi Qin and Tyrant were startled. They had long since heard of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. Back in the barbarian land, the Heavenly Kill Alliance had sent people to kill Su Long. It was said that quite a few experts had come, and they had used the Heavenly Kill Pavilion's people to capture them and threaten Su Long. It was said that this was an ancient assassins' alliance. It was extremely powerful, and its influence spanned practically the entire martial heaven continent. However, the two of them were curious about the fact that this was the chaotic land. Everything was controlled by the overlords of Chaos City. Furthermore, this place was extremely chaotic. Everything was focused on fighting for resources. Assassins were practically useless here. The Heavenly Kill Alliance knew that this was a special place. They didn't have a branch here. So why did they want to kill Yu Xianzi? "Why do they want to kill you?" asked Tyrant. "Because my father died at their hands. Furthermore, second grandpa was heavily injured because of them, causing his cultivation base to regress." Yu Xianzi hatefully said, "Most importantly, they found me to be an eyesore in the Shangguan family. That's why they sent assassins to kill me." Who is he?" "The current head of the Shangguan family, my uncle, Shangguan Feilin." Yu Xianzi's words shook the two of them. The head of the Shangguan family was Yu Er's uncle, but he wanted to kill her. "He's your uncle, but he still wants to kill you?" The two of them hadn't asked about Yu Xianzi's status in the Shangguan family, so they didn't know much about the Shangguan family. "Yes, it has to be him. My father was the previous head of the Shangguan family. One time he went out and was killed by the Heavenly Kill Alliance's assassins. Some people in the family suspect that he hired those assassins." Yu Xianzi then explained the matter between her uncle and her father. The two of them didn't have any enmity. They just had a conflict of interest. This was a conflict of interest between large powers. Furthermore, this was the position of head of the Shangguan family. For such a position, blood brothers would do anything to fight for it. Obviously, Yu Er's father was a level higher and had successfully obtained the position of patriarch, becoming the leader of one of the Bedlam land's overlords. However, Yu Er's uncle was extremely unwilling to accept this, so he resorted to despicable means to harm his own brother and smoothly became patriarch. Yu hadn't grown up in the Shangguan family. Instead, she had grown up in a desolate land. It was her master who had coincidentally encountered such a situation and saved her when she was still in her infancy. Yu didn't know about these things because her master hadn't told her. She had only told her to take out the command medallion when her life was in danger. However, when the command medallion was taken out, it caused a huge commotion. Shangguan Yu Er's identity was also revealed, so she was brought back to the family. However, after returning to the family, Shangguan Yu didn't have a good life. She was always treated coldly by some people. Furthermore, her uncle refused to acknowledge her as a member of the Shangguan family. Instead, he repeatedly said that he wanted to marry her off. As a result, over the past 2 years, many young elites had come to the Shangguan family to request for such a marriage. This time, Shangguan Yu had come out because she was unhappy. She had only come to relieve her boredom. The only place she could go was this market. Therefore, after arriving here, Shangguan Mo told her everything. During this time, the Shangguan family had always claimed that the previous head of the Shangguan family had died at the hands of the Heavenly Kills Union. Only a few people knew the truth. Even what Shangguan Mo had said was only his own conjecture. There was no real evidence. This time, she had only come to relieve her boredom. She hadn't expected that she would learn about these things and that such a thing would happen. The market was gone, her second grandfather was dead, and her own uncle was the enemy who had killed her father. After saying all this, Yu Xianzi was already sobbing uncontrollably. Tyrant glared at Ziqin and motioned for Ziqin to go forward. The latter could only go and comfort her. Therefore, Yu Xianzi leaned on Ziqin's shoulder and began to cry. It was as if she wanted to cry out all her grievances and unwillingness. She cried for a very long time. She cried until the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. She cried until half of Ziqin's robe was soaked. She continued to cry. She only stopped crying when the demonic ape appeared. Run. The appearance of the demonic ape could only mean one thing. The pursuers had arrived. Therefore, before the demonic ape could speak, the group had already begun to flee. However, during this escape, even though Yu Xianzi had regained consciousness, the three of them were not having an easy time. The black-robed men seemed to have gone mad and were desperately chasing after them. At the same time, they used all kinds of powerful battle techniques. Apart from the self-detonation of their Jindan essence, they used almost everything else. The lives of the three of them were in imminent danger. They could die at any time. Fortunately, they had recovered from their injuries along the way. The days of escape were unimaginable. However, the three of them gritted their teeth and persevered. They knew that the crazier the pursuers were, the more anxious they were. The only thing that could make them so anxious was that the Shangguan family had arrived. Although the head of the family did not recognize this little princess and did not like her, there were others who recognized her. Among them, Shangguan Mo's son, who was also his other uncle, would definitely come to rescue them. Damn it, what a slippery kid. He disappeared again. In the sky, looking at the figure that disappeared under his nose again, an inner core old monster could not help but curse. The dense forest below was almost flattened. Several figures had been killed, but unfortunately, all of them were clones. Did Invicil fail as well? An inner core expert beside him asked. No, Invicil has been injured frequently during this period. Where did these two people come from? They are just flying, but they can make Invicil fail time and time again. The inner core expert frowned. He found it unbelievable that there were people of the same level who could suppress Invicil. However, along the way, these two people had already given him a lot of unbelievable surprises. After thinking about it, he understood. Should we continue chasing? Two people have already died in the hands of Shangguan Feixiong. Moreover, this time, the Shangguan family is determined to kill us. They have already surrounded us. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Hold on for a few more days. We must kill the target. In the sky, the inner core old monsters of the Heavenly Kill Union gathered and chased after Ziqin and the others again. It was just that Ziqin and the monk both had clones. Moreover, it was very difficult to differentiate between the two of them. The two of them were really too slippery. They left their footprints everywhere. There were also clues everywhere. However, what they found were all clones. Chapter 451. The Shangguan family's people had arrived. They had rushed over from Chaos City, their killing intent overflowing as they rushed over to the four factions. Dozens of cultivators flew into the sky with great momentum and killing intent. They appeared at the location of the four major forces, but they found nothing. The place was already empty, and all kinds of resources had already been cleared. In the chaotic land, no one dared to provoke the Shangguan family. The four factions chose to avoid them. Destroy! Following the leader's cold words, streams of energy appeared. An encampment of the four factions was instantly turned into a flat land. Whether it was the barbarian Ox Village, Setting Sun Mountain, Black Dragon Pool, or Wu Lufeng, they were all leveled. After that, it was time to search and kill. Clearly, if you offended the Shangguan family, just running wasn't enough. You had to pay the price with your life. The four factions had close to 10,000 cultivators. Even if they were emptied, it was impossible for them to all disappear. There had to be traces left behind. Anyone who was discovered was slaughtered. From flying cultivators to primal core realm cultivators, as long as they were discovered, they were all killed. In just a few days, the Shangguan families, people had killed thousands of people. Among them, there were over 10 primal core realm cultivators. It could be said that they were decisive in killing. They directly killed the cultivators of this region, causing them to panic. The powerful Shangguan family displayed their supreme power. Even primal core realm cultivators were unable to escape alive. During these days, the unwilling roars of primal core realm cultivators could often be heard before they died. Those who offend the Shangguan family will be killed without mercy. An icy voice echoed through the central region. Just the deaths of thousands of people weren't enough to quell the Shangguan family's fury. So after their search was fruitless, the Shangguan family began a bloodbath in this region. During this time, the leader of the Barbarian Ox village, Barbarian Ox, was discovered. Then he engaged in a fierce battle with the Shangguan family's experts. Barbarian Ox was a powerful Barbarian Ox. When he transformed into his true form, he was as large as a mountain. He was incomparably powerful. His 2 horns were incomparably sharp. They could shatter rocks and crush mountains. It could be said that there was nothing he couldn't destroy. But facing so many nascent core old monsters of the Shangguan clan, even if it was so powerful, it still had to nurse a grievance. In the end, Barbarian Bull self-detonated. But as it self-detonated, it repeatedly cursed. After the appearance of Barbarian Bull, the traces of the setting Sun Mountain's Danyuan old monster were also exposed. Thus, another fierce battle ensued. Even though there were nearly 10 primordial core old monsters, they still couldn't gain any advantage in front of the Shangguan family's experts. Only 3 people from the Shangguan clan had died, but they had already killed nearly 10 inner core experts. Every day, one could see the battle between inner core experts. The experts of the Shangguan clan fought so hard that even the heavens and earth trembled. The might of a supreme overlord was completely displayed. Apart from this, there was also a group of experts searching for the little princess. During this period of time, they discovered 4 black-robed origin core realm experts. An intense battle ensued, and 2 were killed, while the other 2 were heavily injured and escaped. They are still lingering in this area, which means that the little princess is still alive. Shrink the encirclement. Don't let any of them go. A middle-aged man in light armor spoke, his eyes cold and filled with boundless killing intent. He was Shangguan Mo's son, Shangguan Feixiong. It was rumored that he had the battle prowess of a flying bear, but also the brain of a violent bear. He only knew how to fight fiercely. Behind his back, it was said that his muscles had grown into his brain, and that he had directly ignored the other party when fighting for the position of family head. But only those who had truly dealt with this Feixiong knew that his muscles hadn't grown into his brain. At the very least, the primordial core experts following him didn't think so. If he was truly fierce and courageous, then the ones who had died before would have been 4 primordial core experts, not 2. A day later, following the footsteps of the 2 black-robed men, they found a clue. They saw a dense forest that had been flattened. Continue the chase. Following the 2 primordial core experts from a distance, Shangguan Feixiong unhurriedly chased after them. If he followed them, he would definitely be able to find the little princess. Following that, they found more traces of battle, and they were all new battlefields. There were even Yuan Qi surging. They should not be far from here. Send out the signal and have the others surround this place. Looking around the battlefield, Shangguan Feixiong said, I want to catch them all in one go. Sir, how can you be so sure that they are nearby? Even if there are energy waves, they could be millions of miles away. If we surround them now, wouldn't we be alerting them? One of the primordial core experts asked. Use your brain properly. Shangguan Feixiong smiled and said, These traces of battle are very obvious. It's a roundabout route, and it's lingering in this area. Clearly, The experts protecting the little princess are sending us a signal. The experts are sending us a signal. To be able to protect the little princess for so long, they are naturally experts. Moreover, they are extremely powerful experts. When we see them, we will definitely have to ask them for advice. As for the signal, it means that they want us to surround them. When the time comes, we will attack from the inside and kill everyone. Shangguan Feixiong said excitedly. Sirs wise, Ziqin, I have a bad feeling. It seems like we are about to be surrounded. While escaping, Tyrant said with a worried face. Don't worry, they can't surround us. Ziqin seemed very confident. In these 2 days, the 3 of them were not caught by the black-robed men. They did not have any injuries on their bodies, so they could be considered safe. I also feel that we are about to be surrounded. No matter where we run, we will always see them. Yu Xianzi said, feeling somewhat uneasy. The Shangguan family is already here. We just need to hold on for a few days. After pondering for a while, Ziqin said, Tyrant, continue to use your doppelganger to lure them away. We will meet up later. They are all smart now. Doppelganger is not very useful. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Ziqin smiled to show his encouragement. However, Tyrant rolled his eyes. You guys be careful. Leaving these words, Tyrant left, still choosing to lure the experts away. Are we really not going to be surrounded? Yu Xianzi asked worriedly after Tyrant left. She was not very confident. Don't worry, I guarantee that they won't catch us. Once Tyrant lures them away and the encirclement loosens, we will take the opportunity to break out, Ziqin said confidently. Yu Xianzi nodded. She trusted Ziqin unconditionally. Right, where is the demonic ape? It went to scout the path. I have to see where we can break out of here. An hour later, the feeling of being surrounded grew stronger and stronger. No matter how much Yu Xianzi trusted Ziqin, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Ziqin, why do I have a bad feeling? Are we already surrounded? Impossible. According to my route, we should be out of the encirclement. They can't possibly surround us. Ziqin was extremely confident. Is that so? Are you that confident? A mocking voice sounded. Of course. Ziqin smiled proudly. Then his expression changed drastically. He pulled Yu Xianzi and shouted, This is bad. Let's go. As soon as he said that, Ziqin displayed his extreme speed and flew to the side. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Boom! A palm print fell from the sky and hit the spot where Ziqin was standing, creating a huge crater. At the same time, a black-robed figure appeared and looked ahead mockingly. Ziqin, who was running away, quickly turned back and ran in another direction. Behind him, another explosion sounded. Another black-robed figure appeared. Kid, weren't you very confident? Why are you running now? A mocking voice sounded. Then, a third black-robed figure appeared. Ziqin pulled Yu Xianzi with him as he fled at top speed. However, they were completely surrounded before they could get very far. In the end, he decided not to run anymore. Instead, he pulled Yu Xianzi with him and took a few more steps forward. Kid, keep running. Let's continue. The black-robed figures appeared one after another. There were a total of 6 of them. There's nowhere to run. What's the point of running? Ziqin looked helpless. Right at this moment, a golden light appeared in the distance. Tyrant had finally gotten rid of his opponents with his clone and was flying toward them. I got rid of them. Hurry up! Tyrant shouted from afar. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the black-robed figures in the air. His voice came to an abrupt halt. You stupid monk, did you really think you got rid of me? A cold laugh sounded behind Tyrant. The 7th black-robed figure appeared. How can this be? Tyrant was dumbfounded when he saw the black-robed figure behind him. You're just a mere clone. Do you think you can fool us? Idiot, we're just messing with you. A mocking voice sounded. The eighth black-robed figure appeared and looked coldly at Tyrant. Tyrant could only walk toward Zichin. The two of them protected you, Xianzi in the middle. What do you want? Tyrant asked, looking around vigilantly. You're just two pieces of trash. You've wasted so much of our time. Naturally, we're going to kill you, sneered one of them. What? Do you really think you've got us? You might have us surrounded right now, but maybe you'll be the one surrounded in the next second, said Zichin. Kid, are you trying to scare us? Snorted one of the black-robed figures, killing intent exploding out of his eyes. He's not trying to scare you. He's telling the truth. You'll be the ones surrounded in the next second. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. That's Uncle's voice. Yu Xianzi, who had been nervous before, became excited when she heard that voice. As for Zichin, he let out a sigh of relief. Shangguan Feixiong had brought a group of experts over. They were surrounded by core experts from all directions. Shangguan Feixiong was the leader, but when he saw the three of them, even Shangguan Feixiong was dumbfounded. He had thought that the ones protecting the little princess would be at least two core experts, and the strong ones at that. But now he saw two youths. One was at the mid-stage, while the other was at the early stage. They were also dressed very differently. One was a monk, while the other was a Taoist. The others exchanged glances. Shangguan Feixiong had praised them more than once. He had even said that he would definitely ask them for pointers when he saw them. He had even said that this was a signal from them. They had to work together to kill them. Chapter 452. More and more core realm old monsters were gathering around them. Shangguan Feixiong, who should have been confident enough to take them down easily, now had a gloomy expression on his face. His guess was reasonable. Only a true expert would be able to protect the little princess for so long. Only then would they be able to keep her alive. However, there were only two of them in front of him. One was a monk, while the other was an early Taoist. How could they be experts with such strength? Right now, the two of them were having trouble protecting themselves, not to mention working together. How could this be? Shangguan Feixiong could not figure it out. While he was doubting the strength of the two, he was also wondering how the little princess had managed to survive for so long. Shangguan Feixiong, you are quite fast. A cold laugh was heard from the black-robed man's side. Our Shangguan family does not have any grudges with your heavenly kill union. Let go of the little princess, and I can let you go. Otherwise, I will kill you all. Shangguan Feixiong said indifferently. Shangguan Feixiong, you indeed have muscles in your head. We killed your brother and forced your father to commit suicide. Now, you are telling me that you have no grudges with us? Do you think we are stupid? The black-robed man looked at Shangguan Feixiong with a mocking smile and said, I can see that you are clenching your teeth so hard that they are about to shatter. Let her go. If you let her go, do you think we can still live? The 8 of them were surrounded by core realm old monsters, but they were not afraid at all. 7 of them had cold expressions, and only one of them spoke. You are looking for death. Shangguan Feixiong was furious. Besides Zichin, Yuxinzi's eyes were red. Shangguan Feixiong's brother was her father, and Shangguan Feixiong's father was her second grandfather. That's more like it. You have muscles in your head. Being angry is your true nature. The black-robed man mocked. You are just learning to be patient. Why don't you take a look? Do you look like that kind of person? Veins bulged on Shangguan Feixiong's forehead. His expression was unusually cold. The surrounding core realm old monsters were also glaring at him, their killing intent surging. What's wrong? All of you are so worked up. Are you going to kill me? Don't get too worked up. Otherwise, I will be even more worked up than you. What if my hand trembles and I kill your little princess? If you hurt the little princess, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll make you regret being born into this world, Shangguan Feixiong said. Shangguan Feixiong, you should threaten someone else. Threats are useless against us. The black-clothed man sneered with disdain. Now, all of you scram. I find you all very annoying. There were dozens of original core eccentrics around them. If they attacked, they would be able to kill all of them in an instant. But now, they were being reprimanded by a black-robed man. Dissatisfaction appeared on their faces. What? Didn't you hear? Could it be that you want me to kill someone? The black-clothed man glared, and his voice became very cold. If you don't retreat now, you will soon be able to obtain something from the little princess. I don't know what you want, an arm, an eye, an ear, a nose, or even a head. Yu Xianzi's face paled instantly. She grabbed Zi Chen's hand tightly. Zi Chen patted her gently, telling her not to worry. Back off a little, Shangguan Feixiong said coldly. Everyone was unwilling, but they had to back off. They naturally could not let the little princess get hurt. In an instant, everyone retreated a few miles. However, they were all gnashing their teeth, wanting to eat this black-clothed man alive. Ha! The black-clothed man laughed evilly. He turned to Yu Xianzi and said, Little fairy, little princess, come with us. Why should I? Zi Chen blocked Yu Xianzi's path and asked coldly, Brat, you're only in the air. Do you have the right to speak here? The black-clothed man's eyes flashed coldly. He said arrogantly, didn't you see? Even that guy with muscles in his head did not dare to say anything. You still dare to talk nonsense. Do you want to die early so that you can reincarnate? Zi Chen smiled and said, Of course I don't want to die early. But now that you're so arrogant, what if you're suddenly caught by them? Humph! With the little princess in my hands, no one can catch me. You should worry about yourself first. Then what if the little princess is not in your hands? Zi Chen asked again. Haha, what a stupid question. Of course the little princess is not in my hands. She's right in front of you. Do you think you can fly now? The black-clothed man laughed loudly. Zi Chen frowned and asked, You're an assassin. You should be cold and emotionless. Why do you talk so much? Brat, you dare to question me? The black-clothed man stared. Zi Chen shook his head and said seriously, No, I'm just curious. Look at them, they don't even talk. It seems like you're very different from them. In the distance, under the gaze of the group of inner core experts, the two were asking and answering questions. They were also curious as to why this assassin was so talkative. Since I'm curious, I'll tell you and let you know before you die. I'm talkative because I'm happy today. As for why I'm happy, haha. The black-clothed man turned to Shangguan Feixiong and said, Because I can train this guy with muscles in his head like a dog. Haha. In the distance, the cold light in Shangguan Feixiong's eyes grew. The others were also filled with killing intent. Zi Chen asked, Do you have enmity with him? Of course there is enmity. Moreover, it is a great enmity. 20 years ago, he killed my elder brother and almost killed me. The events of that day are still vivid in my mind. I have always been thinking about revenge. Haha! Today, I finally have the opportunity to do so. The black-clothed man laughed crazily. I forced his father to his death, and now I can train him like a dog. Isn't this great? Isn't this worth talking about? Then the black-clothed man pointed at Shangguan Feixiong and said, Come, flying dog, bark twice for me. The other inner core experts couldn't bear to watch any longer. They wanted to tear this black-clothed man apart. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes grew even colder. Flying dog, don't look at me like that. Bark twice for me, or I'll give you 2 arms, threatened the black-clothed man. So that's how it is. I understand. Just as they were about to reach the end of their patience, Zi Chen spoke once more with a faint smile on his face. Brat, what do you mean? The black-clothed man glanced at him. Zi Chen shook his head and said, Nothing. I just hope you can still be this happy later. As long as the little princess is in my hands, I'll be happy no matter what. Plus, flying dog has to bark twice, said the black-clothed man proudly. Is that so? Then I hope you can persevere until the end. Goodbye, we'll meet again. Zichen's smile suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "Demonic ape!" As his voice faded, the ground exploded, and an object flew out. It was the demonic ape. In its little paw, there was a Taiji diagram with 2 types of extreme energy circulating around it. The demonic ape squeaked and threw the diagram to Zichen. It then jumped on Zichen's shoulder. Buzz! In the next moment, rays of light flashed around Zichen. Circles rose up and spread out like ripples, forming a strange pattern. Zichen and the other 2 were inside the light, coldly looking at the black-clothed man. This is... Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was going on. "Stop him! Quick, stop him!" Although the black-clothed man didn't understand what was going on, he felt that something was wrong and shouted to urge them. Unfortunately, their reaction was too slow, or it would be more accurate to say that it happened too quickly. As soon as the black-clothed man's voice faded, the light that rose from the ground completely enveloped the 3 of them. Then the 3 of them disappeared. After that, a lot of energy fell and completely shattered the ground. This is a teleportation array. The black-clothed man opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What's going on? The other assassins who didn't speak were all dumbfounded. Why would a teleportation array suddenly appear here? Moreover, they were supposed to be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their only trump card was gone just like that. It's gone. It's gone just like that. As they were dumbfounded, a deep sense of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. The sudden change of events caused even the Shangguan family's group to be dumbfounded. Clearly, this was a scene that had exceeded their expectations. Only Shangguan Feixiong, who received Zichen's message, remained calm. "Hey, we meet again. I wonder if you're still happy." Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Zichen's voice sounded again. However, he was already a few miles away, waving at the black-clothed man with a mocking expression. Beside him were Yu Xianzi and Tyrant. The 3 of them had escaped. You. Looking at Zichen, the black-clothed man was so angry that he couldn't say a word. His whole body trembled. After a long while, he finally shouted, "I'm going to kill you." However, before he could do anything, the Shangguan family's experts, who had been suppressing their anger, charged at the black-clothed man. Each of them was like a pack of wolves and tigers, howling as their auras of the Origin Core realm surged. The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he turned around and ran. However, it was this wrong decision that caused him to miss the only chance to self-detonate. Dazzling light soared into the sky as destructive energy swept out. The destruction of the void was repeated over and over again. The advantage in numbers caused the battle to end quickly. With everyone working together, the black-clothed man didn't even have the chance to self-detonate before he was captured by Shangguan Feixiong. Zichen and Tyrant were dumbfounded. They now had a better understanding of the Shangguan family's foundation. In the barbarian lands, there were very few Origin Core eccentrics, but here they were ganging up on people. Furthermore, their ganging up technique was very high. They were organized and disciplined, clearly proficient in ganging up on people. The battle quickly ended. Apart from the black-clothed man, the other 8 assassins were all killed. Under the joint attack of so many experts, they couldn't even self-detonate their Origin Core. As for the black-clothed man, he was dragged toward Shangguan Feixiong like a dead dog. Kneel! His cultivation had been sealed, and he was slapped to the ground like a mortal. He was in an extremely sorry state. His body was covered in blood, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Shangguan Feixiong walked forward slowly with a mocking expression on his face. It was indeed karma. In just a short moment, the two's identities had changed drastically. "Shangguan Feixiong, what are you doing?" The black-clothed man was somewhat frightened. He said, "If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. I just want a quick death. No rush. Shangguan Feixiong smiled faintly and said, Come, call me twice first. Flying dog, how dare you insult me? The black-clothed man glared. Slap. With a crisp sound, a slap landed on the black-clothed man's face. A Origin Core expert yelled, F***CK, how can you talk to the Lord like that? Your attitude is not right. Do it again. Flying dog, you want to torture your Lord? You must be dreaming. The black-clothed man coughed out blood and spat out his teeth. Cold light flickered in his eyes. He would rather die than submit. I don't want to see him. Take him away and let him die slowly. Shangguan Feixiong restrained the cold light in his eyes and said indifferently, Yes, my lord. Everyone carried the black-clothed man away. Soon, shrill screams were heard in the forest. Then, Shangguan Feixiong walked toward you, and the others. P.S. This chapter was edited at 2:20 p.m. last night. When I uploaded it, I realized that there was no internet connection. I woke up at 7 a.m. in the morning and made a number of phone calls to ask what was going on. At 9 a.m., I asked the person who fixed the broadband to come over. After that, I tried to find the reason and finally found that I owed money. Chapter 453. Miserable shrieks continued to rise and fall. The man in black was being tormented quite badly. He was as arrogant as he was before, but now he was in a sorry state. Shangguan Feixiong walked over and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. As the leader of the Primal Core experts, he did not put on any airs. Instead, he was very approachable. His continuous gratitude made Ziqin and the monk feel a little embarrassed. We are friends. We will not leave you in the lurch, Ziqin said in the end. Yu Xianzi blamed herself. Everything that happened was because of her. Shangguan Feixiong comforted her. The screams continued for an hour. The black-clothed man went from being a tough guy to cursing and begging for mercy. His voice went from shrill and sharp to hoarse before finally disappearing. After that, the group returned. One of them held a primal core in his bloodied hand. The man in black was tortured to death. Yu Xianzi, who was in a better mood, told Shangguan Feixiong about her escape. The other primal core experts were also listening. When they heard that Ziqin and Tyrant were the only ones protecting them along the way, their eyes were filled with shock. They asked themselves, even if they were in Yu Xianzi's shoes, they could not guarantee that they could protect the little princess. However, the two of them managed to survive for a month under the pursuit of so many Primal Core experts. It was a miracle. The Primal Core experts looked at the two of them in a completely different way. They were shocked and full of admiration. Heroes indeed come from the young. Shangguan Feixiong sighed. Whether it was the protection from before or the teleportation formation, he was amazed. Ziqin did not dare to say that he was flattered. Sister Yu Er. A surprised voice came from afar. Following the voice, a young and pretty girl appeared. Her face was filled with excitement. Sister Bingshi. Yu Er turned her head and looked at the approaching figure. She was surprised. Sister Yu Er, you are really fine. That's great. Seems like father did not lie to me. The young girl came forward. She had a slim figure and good looks. She pounced on Yu Er. Behind her were a few Primal Core experts. Sir. A few people walked up and bowed to Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Bing, she also sweetly called him father. Shangguan Bingshi was Shangguan Feixiong's daughter. Seeing that his daughter was fine, the latter nodded and asked the Core experts, How is it? The Barbarian Bull Stronghold, Sunset Mountain, Wu Lufeng, and Black Dragon Pool have all been leveled. The core primes of Sunset Mountain have all been killed, and the leader of the Barbarian Bull Stronghold is dead. Other than that, more than a dozen other core primes have died. We have conducted a thorough search of this area, but we have yet to find any clues about the leader of Black Dragon Pool and Wu Lufeng. One of the core primes reported. When Ziqin and the monk heard this, They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. One of the four great powers, the overlords of the central region, had actually been razed to the ground. Furthermore, many primal core old monsters had been killed. In addition, the Shangguan family had actually conducted a thorough search of the central region. This was simply too extravagant. Shangguan Feixiong nodded and said with a deep voice, "Send a signal to Feihu and the others. Tell them that we have found the little princess. Tell them not to worry and to focus on searching for the other survivors." Yes. After that, Shangguan Feixiong regained his usual friendliness. Bing, did you have a good time these days? Shangguan Bing, who was chatting with Shangguan Yu, immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. Not good at all. It was so boring. I thought there would be a big battle, but it was just a one-sided slaughter. There was no resistance at all. It was so boring. Shangguan Feixiong still wanted to ask something, but his daughter had already ignored him and was chatting happily with Yu. Ziqin, right? I heard that you came from a barbarian land. I wonder where your master is. In order to ease the awkwardness, Shangguan Feixiong could only chat with Ziqin. Sister, how did you survive this month? Where are the experts that protected you? Shangguan Bing asked curiously. They are. Let me introduce them to you. Yu smiled. What, 2 of them? Shangguan Bing opened her mouth and showed a shocked expression. Sister, you must be joking. One is a monk and the other is a Taoist. Zi-chan was wearing a Taoist robe, so he was mistaken for a Taoist. As for the monk, he was wearing a monk robe, so he was naturally a monk. Shangguan Bing, I had already noticed the 2's unusual dressing. Aren't they your guards? Yu shook her head. They're my friends. We have known each other for a long time. That is the evil good monk, and that is Ziqin. What? He is Ziqin? Shangguan Bing exclaimed. Yeah, what about it? Shangguan Bing sized up Ziqin from afar and said, Sister, he is the Ziqin you were talking about. He is nothing special, not cool at all. What is so good about him? Shangguan Yu was speechless, not knowing how to reply. The other party did not purposely suppress his words. Ziqin was also startled when he heard it. The monk smiled faintly. When I first heard about him, I thought that he was a cold-blooded person who killed a person every 10 steps. I didn't expect him to be just an ordinary person. He's just slightly more handsome. Sister, you don't have good taste. Shangguan Yu's face turned red. Right, didn't you say he was dead? How did he come back to life? Bing asked curiously. She did not suppress her voice, and many people heard it. Yu could not find words to describe this lively and carefree sister of hers. One moment he was ordinary, the next he was mediocre, and the next he was dead. Ziqin felt awkward when he heard it. Luckily, Shangguan Feixiong coughed and said, Bing, don't be rude to this young hero. He saved your sister, so why aren't you thanking him? He saved my sister, so why should I thank him? Shangguan Bing looked at her father in confusion. Furthermore, my sister likes him, so it is natural for him to save her. Shangguan Bing's logic made people speechless, but it seemed to make sense. He was obviously a thick-skinned person, and his words made people speechless. The latter looked at Ziqin seriously and said, Ziqin, do you think I'm right? He called Ziqin as soon as he opened his mouth. Am I familiar with you? Ziqin was so embarrassed that he was speechless. What a cute little guy. However, the other party's thoughts quickly changed when he saw the demonic ape. His eyes lit up and he rushed toward Ziqin. The demonic ape sensed that something was wrong. Its figure flashed and disappeared, and in the next moment it was in Yu Xinzi's arms. The demonic ape's speed, which was close to teleportation, shocked the group of nascent core old monsters. They looked at the demonic ape in a daze and could not help but look at this fist-sized little guy. Why is it gone? Shangguan Bing looked around and saw the little guy in Yu Xinzi's arms. So it's here. She ignored everyone's shocked expressions and did not investigate the demonic ape's speed. She ran toward the demonic ape again. The demonic ape flashed again, and its speed was comparable to teleportation. Even the group of nascent core old monsters could not compare. They had seen the little guy before, and it was only the size of a fist, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, the speed it displayed now was really frightening. This repeated several times, but Shang Guanbing still could not catch up. She said angrily, "Zichen, is this your pet? Give me a price and sell it to me." "Sorry, it's not a pet. It's my friend." Zichen smiled faintly and refused. "You," Shang Guanbing was angry, but she could not do anything to her sister's sweetheart. She could only rush toward the little guy. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, revealing a fierce look. "Little thing, if you don't come here obediently, I'll make you pay when I catch you." The little guy was frightened and waved its claws at her. The next moment, Shang Guanbing was surrounded by a black light, and her body was imprisoned. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. Shang Guanfeixiong looked at the demonic ape, and his pupils shrank. The black light imprisoned Shang Guanbing Shi. Shang Guanbing Shi's face was filled with surprise. His eyes shone as if he had discovered something rare. He didn't notice that the surrounding primary core old monsters were actually so careless. The farce finally ended with Zichen's compromise. Shang Guanbing held the demonic ape in her arms and kept squeezing it, causing the little guy's fist-sized body to change shape. The latter let out a devilish smile. "Are you scared? Are you scared?" Shang Guanbing showed her canine teeth and said fiercely, "If you are, then teach me that move just now." She did not wait for the demonic ape to answer and continued squeezing it, making it squeak. During this time, Shang Guanfeixiong chatted with the two and invited them to go back to the Shangguan family with him. "Not only did they protect you, but they were also extraordinary. They were worthy of Shang Guanfeixiong's invitation. Moreover, they had a strange and extraordinary little ape." Zichen and the monk hesitated and did not answer immediately. It was good to enter the Shangguan family, but there were many rules. Even brothers in the family killed each other, let alone outsiders like them. Of course, the two did not answer immediately. They were still thinking about the wild wolf bandits, Yuan Liquid, which could help Zichen break through again. The news about the little princess's rescue spread quickly. Some people heard the news and rushed over. As the little princess's pursuer, Zheng Feng was naturally a proactive person. "Oh, it's you. You're still alive." Seeing Zichen and the monk again, Zheng Feng was very surprised. "What do you mean?" Zichen asked with a darkened face. "There were so many experts chasing after you, but you're still alive. Didn't they say that barbarians are weak? I don't know what kind of luck you have to survive until now." Zheng Feng said without any trace of politeness. "Zheng Feng, watch your tone. Zichen is my savior." "You," said with dissatisfaction. "You, don't get it wrong. He's the one who harmed you. It's his fault that you were chased after." Chapter 454. As soon as Zheng Feng finished speaking, everyone looked over. He felt proud of being the center of attention. "What nonsense are you talking about? It was Zichen who saved me." "You reprimanded." "I am not talking nonsense. I have proof." Zheng Feng spoke loudly and drew the gazes of everyone. The four powers attacked the market because of him. He seized the origin stones of the Sunset Mountain, stole the great Luo silver crystal of the barbarian bull stronghold, and even offended the people of the Black Dragon Pool and Wu Lufeng. He offended the four powers and hid in the market. That's why the market was attacked. Zheng Feng spoke eloquently and proudly. This was what he had heard that day, and he remembered it word for word. Zheng Feng's words, which he thought were powerful, did not receive any response from the others. Attacking a city square required a huge amount of benefits, and not just a small matter as small as a sesame seed. No one took Zheng Feng's words seriously. They just looked at Zichen with surprise. This unfathomable young man actually had the guts to offend these four forces. Moreover, he even had something like the Daluo silver crystal. Zichen took a big step forward and glanced at Zheng Feng coldly. This guy was just looking for trouble. Even his excuse was so lousy. You have cheated and cheated. You are so evil. How could you still be alive? Zheng Feng roared. Are you looking for death? Zichen's voice was cold. Not far away, Shangguan Feixiong and the others were looking at the two. Lord, should we stop him? An Origin Core expert asked through transmission. No need. I want to see how great Zichen's potential is. Although Zheng Feng has just reached the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, he is not weak. We will stop him when Zichen is no match for him. Shangguan Feixiong replied. With a battle to watch, Shangguan Bingshi stopped ravaging the demonic ape and pulled Shangguan Yu away. He said softly, Sister, didn't you say Zichen is very strong? Let's have a battle then. Yu hesitated. Shangguan Bingshi said, Don't worry. With my father here, Zichen will not be seriously injured. The hesitating wearer said, I'm not afraid that Zichen will suffer, but I'm afraid that Zichen will injure Zheng Feng. Ah, Shangguan Bing, she looked at you, in surprise and said, Elder sister, when did you become so humorous? It's not a joke. It's a fact. Zichen is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat Zheng Feng. Shangguan Bing raised his voice and purposely said, Sister, you must be mistaken. How could Zichen defeat Zheng Feng? His unrestrained voice instantly reached the two people's ears. This made Zheng Feng, who was already uncomfortable with Zichen, feel even more displeased. Zichen shifted his gaze and coincidentally saw Shangguan Bing looking at him proudly. He was doing it on purpose. He wanted to watch the battle. You despicable, shameless, deceitful villain. Living in this world is an insult to the world. Fine, since they didn't kill you, I'll get rid of this evil for the people. Under Shangguan Bingshi's provocation, Zheng Feng instantly exploded. Noisy. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Zichen coldly shouted and made the first move. A golden light flashed, and Zichen swung his palm at Zheng Feng. The speed was so fast that it caused the wind to howl. You villain, you dare to sneak attack me. Zheng Feng was furious and also swung his palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a ripple of energy spread out. The two of them both took a few steps back. The first exchange was a draw. The early stage of the Zephyr Realm was able to fight evenly with Zheng Feng, who was in the late stage of the Zephyr Realm. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Even if they knew that this was not Zheng Feng's full strength, they still recognized Zichen's strength. After a simple probing attack, the two of them began to fight fiercely. Like two rays of light, they quickly exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and the result was still a draw. Such a battle made Shangguan Bingshi very interested, and he kept cheering. As for the others, they were also very satisfied with Zichen's performance. To be able to fight a late-stage Zephyr Realm warrior at the early stage of the Zephyr Realm meant that his strength was comparable to a monster. The two of them are evenly matched. Although Zheng Feng did not use his full strength, Zichen seems to be able to handle it with ease. Not bad, not bad. Shangguan Feixiong nodded in satisfaction. Boom! In the blink of an eye, another dozen of blows were exchanged. After a loud explosion, the two rays of light separated. Zheng Feng was seen staggering back with a pale face. When he looked at Zichen again, his face was not red, and he was not out of breath. What? Is this all you got? Zichen glanced at Zheng Feng and sneered. Zheng Feng's face was very ugly. He had seen Zichen's powerful strength before. He had beaten a group of people to the point where they kept running away. It could be said that he was a match for 10,000 people. Before this, he was very disdainful, thinking that the Zephyr Realm warriors here were useless and that all of them were trash. He also thought that Zichun had an advantage because of his extreme speed. But after facing Zichun for real, Zheng Feng realized how terrifying his opponent was. I haven't used my true strength yet. Zheng Feng snorted coldly. He did not want to lose face in front of everyone, so he braced himself and continued to fight. Show me what you got. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zichun said, faintly. You are not strong, but you talk big. In the distance, Shangguan Bingshi murmured. So far, the two of them were still evenly matched. She was not happy with Zichun's tone. The other Zephyr Realm warriors also felt the same. They felt that Zichun was too arrogant. Then eat my fist! Zheng Feng shouted, and a powerful aura surged around him. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his whole fist was burning with raging flames. Be careful! This is the Zheng family's bursting flame fist. It is very powerful. In Zichun's mind, a voice rang out. Zheng Feng's fist seemed to have turned into a fireball, filled with a violent aura. Then, it suddenly smashed toward Zichun. Wherever the fist passed, it instantly caused the space to distort and tremble. This was indeed a very powerful fist. Even if it was against someone of the same level, it would have the upper hand. But against Zichun, it was obviously not enough. Tyrannical fist. Zichun clenched his fist, and a bright golden light shone. Then he threw out a heavy punch. Boom! The two fists collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The golden light instantly drowned out the blazing waves of fire. In the next moment, a figure retreated awkwardly. When the crowd saw clearly, they were all stunned. The one who retreated was actually Zheng Feng. Wow, you are really strong. Shangguan Bingshi was extremely shocked and couldn't help but shout. At the same time, she pinched the demon ape into a flat, round shape. Then, she stood up and shouted at Zheng Feng, Zheng Feng, you haven't lost yet. You can do it. Good luck. When the crowd heard that, they were speechless. They all thought that she was going to praise Zichun, but who knew that she was cheering for Zheng Feng? Only Shangguan Feixiong shook his head and smiled bitterly. How was this cheering for Zheng Feng? She clearly wanted to watch the battle. Ah! Zheng Feng shouted, and his hair danced wildly in the wind. He rushed towards Zichun again, and this time the light on his fist became more dazzling. Bursting flame fist. This fist was completely berserk, and directly exploded in front of Zichun. Boundless waves of fire emitted terrifying heat, trying to devour Zichun. Boom! But as a large amount of golden light swept over, the waves of fire were instantly drowned out. Then, as if they had encountered a glacier, they were instantly extinguished, and Zheng Feng was once again sent flying. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Being defeated by an early flying realm, Brat made him feel ashamed, especially when he saw the shocked expressions of the surrounding Primal Core experts. It made him feel as if there was a sharp blade on his back. Zheng Feng, you can definitely win. Good luck. His Yuan Li isn't as strong as yours. Shangguan Bingshi's voice rang out again. He was the only one who was cheering for him. And so, Zheng Feng clenched his teeth and once again charged toward Zichun. Then, the Zheng family's powerful battle skills were beautifully displayed. It had to be said that this time, Zheng Feng had actually managed to endure 4 moves. Bang! But after 4 moves, on the 5th move, Zheng Feng was once again sent flying by Zichun. This time he directly coughed up blood. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They were simply not on the same level. Good luck, Zheng Feng. You haven't lost yet. Are you going to give up? Don't you like my sister anymore? Shangguan Bingshi's voice rang out again. Shangguan Yu glared fiercely at the other party, but the latter just stuck out his tongue. Humph. Shangguan Yuer said. Ah! Zhang Feng went all out, charging at Ziqin as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After being defeated again and again, he still dared to charge forward. His courage was commendable, but his strength was becoming weaker and weaker. Boom! This time, Ziqin's attack was heavier. He was directly sent sprawling on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. The primal core experts were all dumbfounded. This Ziqin's strength was too great. A late flying realm expert was trampled just like that. And it wasn't an ordinary late flying realm expert, but one who had grasped a powerful battle skill. Zhang Feng, get up quickly, my sister is watching you. Didn't you want to help the people get rid of evil? Hurry up, if you don't get up, my sister will be with someone else. Shan Guanbing was happy and continued to talk nonsense. But when Zhang Feng heard that, he almost cried. Was he really helping him? Or did he just want to see him get beaten up? Couldn't he see that he really couldn't beat him? Furthermore, he was using Yu Xianzi's name. When Zhang Feng heard that name and thought of that peerless beauty, he knew that he couldn't let Ziqin get away so easily. And so, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he tried to get up. But his injuries were too heavy, and it was very difficult for him to get up. Ziqin glanced at him and turned to leave. Aye, you idiot! Hurry up and get up, or else my sister will really be with someone else. This time, before Shangguanbing she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered by Yu who sternly warned her not to speak any more nonsense. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light shot out of Zhang Feng's body, bringing with it dense killing intent. It directly shot toward Ziqin's back. This was a spirit weapon, and a very high-quality one at that. It directly stabbed toward Ziqin's back. Everyone's expressions changed. Zhang Feng's attack could already be considered a sneak attack, and at such a close distance, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. They could only let out startled cries. Bang! But Ziqin seemed to have long since expected this. He instantly turned and punched out. Golden light filled the sky, and a resplendent punch landed on the spirit weapon. After a loud rumble, cracks appeared on the spirit weapon. By the time the spirit weapon returned, the cracks had already spread all over its body. In the end, it exploded into fragments. With one strike, he had destroyed an extraordinarily high-quality spirit artifact. Such battle prowess! Even the hearts of these original Dan old monsters were shaken several times. After destroying the spirit weapon, Ziqin's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He pointed a finger at Zhang Feng, and a golden sword qi shot toward his forehead. Bang! The golden sword qi was suddenly scattered, and a young figure appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Chapter 455. The figure that suddenly appeared blocked Ziqin's attack, destroyed the golden sword qi, and saved Zhang Feng. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a purple armor that flashed with a brilliant light. As soon as he appeared, he stared at Ziqin. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and his face was somewhat evil. "Who are you?" asked Ziqin. This was an unfamiliar youth. Ziqin didn't recognize him, but he could see deep hostility in his eyes, as well as a hint of killing intent. "You're really ruthless. The two of you were just exchanging pointers, but you actually used such a heavy hand," said the purple-armored young man. His voice was cold, and his handsome face was filled with evil. "How do you know we're exchanging pointers? Maybe we're having a life and death battle, and one of us has to die. Are you trying to break the rules? You still want to argue?" "I've been observing you for a long time," said the young man. "So you're saying that the one who was spying on us was you?" said Ziqin. He had a feeling that someone was spying on him, but he thought it was that mysterious assassin. "You can actually sense me?" A hint of surprise appeared in the purple-armored youth's eyes. "Since you were watching from the dark, you must have seen that he wanted to harm me. What was supposed to be a battle of life and death. Now get out of my way. I want to kill him," said Zichen coldly. You dare to kill in front of me? How dare you? Said the young man furiously. Xiang Shao, kill him. Zheng Feng struggled to stand up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. If Xiang Shao hadn't appeared at that critical moment, he would have been finished. His opponent's speed was not slower than his sneak attack. Even the Dan Yuan, old monster of the Zheng family, couldn't react in time. Xiang, or why are you here? At that moment, Shangguan Feixiong and the others finally reacted and walked over. The members of the Zheng clan had fear written all over their faces. A moment of carelessness had almost led to a disaster. They hurriedly shielded Zheng Feng in the middle and glared at Zichen fiercely. Greetings, uncle. Shangguan Qixiang bowed respectfully and smiled faintly. I'm worried about little sister you. Oi's safety. So I came here specially. After speaking, the other party swept his gaze toward Zichen and said, But before that, I have to teach this fellow who doesn't know the rules a lesson. He used the excuse of sparring as an excuse to kill. If I hadn't appeared in time, my friend would have lost his life. So you're Shangguan Qixiang. Zichen raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Shangguan Qixiang was the eldest son of Shangguan Feilin, the head of the Shangguan family. Back then, you had specially introduced him to Shangguan Qixiang. His aptitude was extraordinary and his battle prowess was very strong. However, he was also very evil and intimidating. Speaking of this person, Zichen could clearly feel Yu's fear. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed so. The other party's smile was very evil, and his actions were even more evil. There were so many experts present, but he only had eyes for Shangguan Feixiong. However, he only glanced at him once, and before he could say anything, he ignored him again. Moreover, he kept saying that he was worried about Yu's safety, but he didn't even look at you. Is my name something a barbarian like you can call? Are you worthy? Shangguan Qixiang said coldly. Obviously, the other party already knew where Zichen came from. I really don't care about a blind person like you, but since you're worried about you should at least take a look at her first. Zichen sneered. Right at that moment, and Shangguan Bingshi walked forward. Seeing Shangguan Qixiang, seemed a bit scared and didn't dare to walk forward. It was Bingshi who pulled her back, and the latter said in a low voice, Young Master Xiang, my good little sister, are you injured? When I heard that something happened to you, Big Brother was extremely worried, so I immediately rushed over. Looking at you, Shangguan Qixiang smiled and said. However, his smile was even more evil. You, couldn't help taking 2 steps back and said in a low voice, Sorry for troubling you, young Master Xiang. I'm fine. Young Master Xiang, haha. Sister really knows how to joke. How many times have I told you to call me Big Brother or Big Brother? Why can't you remember? Said Shangguan Qixiang. If you call me that, people will think that I'm abusing you. You, didn't dare raise her head to look at him. She once again stammered. That's more like it. Relax, I'm your big brother, not an evil person. Shangguan Feixiong frowned. The other primal core experts' expressions were also ugly. Even the lively Bingshi didn't say anything. On the side, Zichen sneered at the scene. As for Tyrant, he didn't even come over. He acted as if this had nothing to do with him, watching the show from afar. All right, seeing that you're fine, Big Brother is relieved. Now, Big Brother needs to deal with some personal matters. We'll talk later. Shangguan Qixiang wanted to pat you, his head, but she dodged. Zichen is my friend. He saved me. Was very nervous. Her hands were cold, but she still gathered her courage to speak. You were tricked by him. I've heard about what happened to you. He's the one who harmed you, said Shangguan Qixiang. Our family's market was attacked because of him. Then Shangguan Qixiang looked at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng, don't you think so? That's right, young Master Xiang. I told you Shinzi before, but she didn't believe me. Zhang Feng nodded. This was a very lousy excuse. Previously, when Zhang Feng had said it, everyone had scoffed. But now that Shangguan Qixiang had said it, everyone frowned. Did you hear that, sister? You were tricked. Now move aside. Wait for me to deal with him. Then we'll talk, repeated Shangguan Qixiang. No. This time, Yu-Er was very stubborn. She stood in front of Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang's expression changed immediately. That's enough. The market is very important. It's not something you can decide with just a few words. Don't say anything else. Shangguan Feixiong said again. Uncle, you're right. I'll remember that. Shangguan Qixiang was very respectful, but the next moment he looked at Ziqin again. But I can't let this barbarian go. He almost killed my friend. I have to get an explanation. Shangguan Qixiang, you're really shameless. If you want to cause trouble for Ziqin, just say so. Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse to stand up for your friend? I don't know when you became friends with Zhang Feng. Shangguan Bingxi, who was holding the monster ape, said. Obviously, they didn't get along well. We're friends. Zhang Feng, don't you think so? Shangguan Qixiang didn't get angry. Instead, he asked Zhang Feng. That's right. I'm friends with young Master Xiang. Zhang Feng nodded. He felt very proud. Your arrogant young Master Xiang still has friends? What a joke. Shangguan Bingxi snorted. Shangguan Qixiang frowned. He looked at Yu-Er, who was standing in front of him. Finally, he looked at Ziqin and said, Since someone is protecting you, I won't make things difficult for you. Cut off one of your arms and kowtow to Zhang Feng. Then I'll let this matter go. You want to kowtow after cutting off an arm? You're really arrogant. Ziqin smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. He said, Since you stopped me from killing people before, I'll be more magnanimous. As long as you dig out your eyes and kowtow 10,000 times, I'll let it go. You're looking for death, shouted Shangguan Qixiang explosively. His eyes instantly became cold, and a dense killing intent appeared as he stared at Ziqin. Bang! However, a loud explosion sounded in front of Ziqin. A huge force came out, and Ziqin was pushed back by more than 10 steps. Shangguan Qixiang was standing where he was standing. Yu-Er was blocking Shangguan Qixiang. Her figure was slowly fading and disappearing. What a fast speed! Ziqin's pupils shrank. He still had a cold smile on his face, but his heart was heavy. This was a difficult opponent. He had to go all out. Golden light flashed around his body. The blood in his body started to circulate faster. His perfect body was revealed. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll definitely kill you, Shangguan Qixiang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Ziqin. However, his speed was too fast. Everyone could only see an afterimage. As for his real body, it was very difficult to see. A blurry figure seemed to travel through the void and instantly rushed towards Ziqin. Then his 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Ziqin's neck, instantly crushing Ziqin's body. In another direction, Ziqin's real body appeared. The sneer on his face was still there. You're not worthy to compete with me in speed. Then a golden light flashed under Ziqin's feet. He rushed towards his opponent at the fastest speed in the world. The two of them began to compete in speed. They were like 2 rays of light, but also like 2 figures traveling through the void, leaving behind afterimages. Bang! Ziqin shattered Shangguan Qixiang's body with a punch. At the same time, the latter appeared behind Ziqin. In an instant, he grabbed Ziqin's body and shattered it. All of them were afterimages. The 2 of them were competing in speed. During this period, there were occasional collisions and explosions of energy. Around them, the primordial core elders frowned. The speed the 2 of them displayed was much faster than them. As for Zhang Feng, his face was ashen. If the other party had used extreme speed from the beginning, he would have been beheaded long ago. Kid, do you only know how to dodge? Humph. I'll return the same sentence to you. Do you only know how to hide? Kid, do you dare fight me head-on? If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. The two of them fought fiercely, but only after images could be seen. They couldn't see their real bodies. It was as though they were conversing in the void. Boom! In the end, the two of them collided head-on, causing a terrifying energy ripple. Then, the two figures separated. However, before anyone could dissuade them, the two of them charged at each other again. This time, the two of them attacked each other head-on. Zi-Chen's aura was completely berserk. The perfect body provided endless energy, causing his body to shine with endless golden light that dyed most of the sky. Along with each and every move, endless golden light appeared. It was like the waves of the sea, each wave higher than the previous one. Tyrannical fist, Zi-Chen shouted and struck out with a powerful punch. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly merged as one, displaying his peak combat strength. Chapter 456. It was as if this punch was the only thing left in the world. It was extremely overbearing. At this moment, Zi-Chen's figure also became tall and sturdy. A dazzling golden light filled the sky like a golden sun, making people unable to look directly at him. This overbearing punch was aimed at Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang did not want to be outdone. He raised his palm to meet the attack. Waves of energy surged in his palm, forming a strange force. This was the powerful battle technique of the Shangguan clan. It was called water ripple. It could be used to attack and defend. It was very famous in the Bedlam land. Boom! A loud explosion shook the world. The fist and the palm collided, creating a destructive energy ripple. Everywhere the ripple passed, the surrounding rocks were shattered, the trees were turned into dust, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. Clouds of dust covered the sky. Zi-Chen and Shangguan Qixiang were both pushed back dozens of meters. Their powerful attacks dissipated. Both of them were equally matched. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zi-Chen's strength was once again beyond their imagination. He was actually able to fight Shangguan Qixiang to a draw. After all, Shangguan Qixiang had always been able to defeat those who were at a higher level than him. He was known as the strongest among his peers. But today he was evenly matched with Zi-Chen, who was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Although Zi-Chen is not cold, he is very strong. He can actually block Shangguan Qixiang. Sister, you really have good taste. Shangguan Bing's eyes were shining. The demonic ape continued to suffer. Shangguan Yu. I was looking at the battlefield worriedly. She was not worried about Zi-Chen when facing Zheng Feng, but she was worried about Shangguan Qixiang because Shangguan Qixiang was very strong. He was also very famous in the Bedlam land. He had never been defeated since his debut. Boy, I have always been able to defeat those who are at the same level as me. Even if you have some extraordinary skills, you will still die today. Shangguan Qixiang glanced at Zi-Chen and said coldly, Humph, defeating those who are at the same level as you. Zi-Chen sneered disdainfully and replied, I am known as the invincible Zephyr. You are unlucky to have met me. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Zi-Chen became violent again. Boundless golden light shone. He was like a giant of heaven and earth. When he took a step forward, heaven and earth trembled. Then he unleashed a brilliant and powerful attack. In an instant, the heavens and earth began to tremble. Ripples appeared in the space as a powerful attack rushed toward Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang also went berserk. His powerful aura surged, far surpassing Zi-Chen's strength. This was his capital and confidence to win. Abdomen's boundless elemental energy could be used at will. With the support of his elemental energy as a late-stage flight rider, His attack was not one bit weaker than Zichen's. Boom! The sky was trembling and space was constantly distorting as if it was about to be torn apart by the energy. The destructive energy ripples destroyed the surroundings beyond recognition. The two of them fought fiercely. They fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The two of them had different strengths, but their combat power was almost the same. Zichen used powerful battle techniques to make up for his lack of strength. All the primal core experts were dumbfounded. Zichen's performance was too eye-catching, so much so that Shangguan Qixiang's performance seemed ordinary. Thunderbolt finger. The void trembled and a golden finger appeared. It emitted a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. Endless golden light surrounded it as it fell from the sky. This was the powerful battle technique of the Thunder Clan. It was extremely powerful. Under the influence of the extreme thunder and lightning, its power was even stronger. Boom! But Shangguan Qixiang's attack was also extraordinary. In a loud explosion, the finger was shattered. Extreme Yin. Extreme Yang. Shangguan Qixiang's strength was very strong. Zichen did not dare to be careless. He used powerful battle techniques, one after another. At this moment, the extreme energy was also unleashed with unparalleled destructive power. Dazzling golden light appeared continuously. Destructive attacks also rushed towards Shangguan Qixiang. The two extreme energies appeared one after another. They were bound to destroy the enemy. Zichen's unparalleled combat power was fully displayed at this moment. At the same time, he also displayed the might of a sky realm warrior. The two of them were originally tied, but in the end, Zichen actually gained the upper hand. He used all kinds of powerful battle techniques, one after another. The surrounding primal core experts were all shocked. Even they could no longer remain calm after seeing such a beautiful attack. During this period, every battle technique that Zichen used was powerful and terrifying. The many nascent core experts were naturally extraordinary. Every battle technique that Zichen used could be regarded as the ultimate battle technique of their clan. While they were shocked, they were also guessing where Zichen's powerful battle techniques had come from. Furthermore, they were wondering how he had obtained so many powerful battle techniques. In addition, Zichen's terrifying physique also attracted the attention of many experts. His fists were comparable to the strongest spiritual weapons. As the golden light flashed, the three extraordinary spiritual weapons that Shangguan Qixiang had taken out were all shattered. The two of them fought intensely. The sun and moon lost their light. Only rays of dazzling energy replaced the sun and moon's light. This is the extreme energy. Suddenly, Shangguan Feixiong's expression changed. He finally recognized this energy. The extreme energy represented a kind of limit. It was the purest energy in the world. This kind of energy was powerful and terrifying. It could only be encountered but not sought. Any cultivator who possessed this kind of energy had a name in the martial heaven continent. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer had incredible fighting abilities. They were the strongest cultivators of the same level. There was no one like them. No wonder Zichen is so powerful. He's able to fight to a draw with the late flying void Qixiang at the early stage of the flying void Qixiang. So he possesses extreme energy. This discovery made Shangguan Feixiong extremely excited. Each heaven cultivator required a huge amount of resources to grow. In just a short moment, he had already thought of many ways to make Zichen stay. Shangguan Feixiong was no longer calm after discovering an unparalleled heaven cultivator. However, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. Zichen's attack contained two types of extreme energy. How is this possible? He possesses two types of extreme energy, and they're polar opposites. Furthermore, he's still alive. Following his careful observation, Shangguan Feixiong was certain that Zi Qin truly possessed two polar opposites. Sigh, what a pity. After confirming this fact, Shangguan Feixiong shook his head and sighed. In the sky, the battle between the two had reached its climax. Bang! Zi Chen's punch landed on Shangguan Qixiang's body. The purple armor on Shangguan Qixiang's body flickered and began to dissolve the huge force. However, Zi Chen's attack was too powerful. A crack appeared on his purple armor. At the same time, Shangguan Qixiang also hit Zi Chen's shoulder. A huge force surged into Zi Chen's body, causing his perfect body to be severely injured. I don't believe that you can still hold on, Shangguan Qixiang shouted. His evil face was filled with madness. He activated his Yuan Qi again and rushed towards Zi Chen. Die. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He also activated the energy in his body and rushed towards his opponent. Boom! Another loud explosion occurred. The battle began again. However, this time the battle between the two did not have many brilliant battle skills. There were only the most basic attacks. The two of them began to fight hand to hand. After failing to take down Zi Chen for a long time, they began to fight with their lives. Although Zi Chen did not have a battle armor to protect himself, he had a perfect body. This powerful physique was everything he relied on. Bang! 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 Zi Chen punched out repeatedly. The resplendent fist light illuminated the world. Every strike on the purple armor would cause a huge shock. More and more cracks appeared on the purple armor. As for Shangguan Qixiang, he vomited blood from the impact and became dispirited. Zi Chen was not in a good state either. When attacking his opponent, he had to withstand his opponent's attacks. His perfect body was severely injured and also coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Uffed! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zi Chen was knocked back dozens of meters. His Taoist robe was stained with blood and his face was pale. However, there was a smile on his face. This was because Shangguan Qixiang's purple armor had finally been broken and turned into a useless armor. Shangguan Qixiang's body was also covered in blood. His purple armor had been broken. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Furthermore, what he could not accept was that his opponent was at the early stage of the Zephyr Realm. Uncle, let's end this battle. Yu Er said. Her eyes were already hazy. If we continue to fight like this, both sides will be injured. It's better to stop. Shangguan Bing said happily. All right, let's end it. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. However, the regret in his eyes was still very obvious. A few core experts came forward and forcibly ended the battle. The two strength was not too different. If they continued to fight, they would both die. Shangguan Qixiang stopped. His eyes were cold and his cheeks were swollen. This was because Zi Chen had slapped him. Zi Chen also stopped. There were many experts from the Shangguan clan present. They naturally could not watch him kill Shangguan Qixiang. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Even young Master Xiang could not kill him. The battle had ended just like that. Zheng Feng was obviously unwilling. He looked at Zi Chen with hatred. In this battle, Zi Chen had completely offended the young master of the Shangguan clan. It was not realistic for him to follow them to the Shangguan clan. After recovering from his injuries, Zi Chen found Shangguan Feixiong and told him about this matter. After that, they chatted about Yu Er. Don't worry. After we go back, Yu Er will be the little princess of the Shangguan clan. She will not be bullied again. Shangguan Feixiong said. They stayed there for a few more days until the others sent news that Shangguan Feixiong and his group were about to leave. Zi Chen, are you really not going back with me? Yu Er's eyes were red. No, that place is not suitable for me. Then will you go find me? Yu Er asked. Yes. Zi Chen nodded. Then I'll wait for you. A beam of light appeared in Yu Er's hand. A long spear appeared. This is second grandpa's elixir weapon. Uncle gave it to me. Now I'll give it to you. How can I do that? This is an elixir weapon. Zichen refused. After I go back, I won't come out again. It's useless for me to have an elixir weapon. Yu Er placed the spear in Zichen's hand. Then she looked into Zichen's eyes and said, When I go back to the clan, although I can admit my identity, there are some things that I cannot decide. I will fight for 3 years of freedom. During these 3 years, I will wait for you. Chapter 457. 3 years. That was the longest time Shangguan Yuer could fight for her freedom. In other words, if Zichen didn't come to find her within 3 years, then their fate would end, and Shangguan Yuer would have to follow the orders of her family and marry someone else. This was the tragedy of a woman from a big power. She could never decide her own fate. Moreover, the current head of the Shangguan family didn't treat her very well, which could be seen from the way she called Shangguan Qishang. You will come to find me, right? Shangguan Yuek stared into Zichen's eyes. She was very nervous. Yes, I will. Within 3 years, I will definitely come to find you. Zichen nodded. Solemnly, this was a promise. I will wait for you. After saying this, Shangguan Yuer turned around and left. This was the chaotic lands. Nascent core experts could die at any time. Many things could happen in 3 years. There were too many uncertainties. The moment she turned around, Shangguan Yuer made up her mind. After that, Zichen went to say goodbye to Shangguan Feixiong. The latter looked at Zichen, wanting to say something, but in the end he just sighed. Cultivating 2 types of extreme energy at the same time was very dangerous. But Shangguan Feixiong didn't know anything about it, so he couldn't give him any advice. He only said one sentence, live well. During this time, Shangguan Qishang kept looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. It had to be said that the battle with Zichen was a big blow to Shangguan Qishang. The evil expression of extreme confidence on his face didn't appear again. He didn't lose that battle, but he couldn't be proud of the fact that he tied with a barbarian at the early stage of the Flying Realm. Hearing that Zichen was going to leave, the other nascent core experts looked regretful. During that battle, many of them recognized Zichen's extreme energy and knew that he was a Sky Realm expert. But it was a pity that they couldn't bring him back to the family to be trained. Shangguan Yuer and Shangguan Bing, she sent them off for dozens of miles. Zichen waved goodbye to Shangguan Yuer and left with the monk. Shangguan Yuer couldn't help but cry. Zichen, don't die. You must come and find Sister Yuer. Shangguan Bing, she shouted at Zichen. Zichen waved his hand, but did not turn around. The devil ape that was sleeping in Shangguan Bing, she's arms, was startled awake. It rolled its eyes, and a black light surrounded its body. It disappeared in an instant, causing Shangguan Bing she to scream in anger. You have to come, otherwise you won't be able to see my sister. Zichen had already disappeared into the horizon, leaving only Shangguan Bing, she's voice echoing in the air. Young Master Xiang, I saw you Xinzi give Zichen a pill weapon. As soon as Zichen left, Zheng Feng stepped forward and whispered to him. Humph! Shangguan Qishang snorted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. How can a barbarian take the things of my Shangguan family? Even if he is a bullshit sky martial artist. After Shangguan Yu, and Shangguan Bing had returned, they all set off. My lord, should we secretly protect Zichen? Someone might want to harm him, a primal core expert said. Shangguan Feixiong smiled faintly and said no need. Their lives are tough. Even the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union, who are good at assassination, couldn't do anything to them, let alone these people. Shangguan Feixiong led all the experts to meet up with the other primal core experts of the Shangguan family. Then they started a carpet search and massacre. When more than 80% of the cultivators of the former Four Forces had died, they gave up the chase and brought the little princess back to Chaos City. Blood flowed like rivers in the central region, for hegemonic powers were wiped out just like that, without even causing a ripple. The Shangguan clan's experts caused the entire region to tremble. All of the powers and cultivators were filled with fear and trepidation. Fortunately, the Shangguan family finally left. The original location of the four forces became a vacuum. Many experts and forces began to gather there to fight for resources and mines. This place would become another battlefield for a long time. It would continue until the overlords appeared. Just as this area was in complete chaos, people from the Shangguan family came again. They built an even larger market at the location of the original market. After leaving the Shangguan family, Zichun and Tyrant flew toward the inner region. They were like two streaks of golden light. They didn't look like they were in a hurry, but more like they were running. For hours later, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind them. Powerful auras appeared from the horizon. Let's see where you can run to. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. The two didn't say a word. They fled at full speed. Their speed was even faster, like golden meteors. A group of primal core experts chased after them. They attacked from time to time, causing explosions. After running for hundreds of thousands of miles, the two were finally surrounded. There were 5 primal core experts. Each of them had an unfriendly expression, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat, aren't you good at running?" "Continue," one of them said coldly. "Are you from the Zheng family or the Shangguan family?" Zichun asked calmly. "Brat, you're about to die, and you're still so talkative." "I'm just curious. Who wants to kill me?" Zichun said. "I'll tell you when you're dead." The group of primal core experts was ready to attack. The calm Zichun suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Since you don't want to tell me, then I'll just pretend that I'm a member of the Shangguan family. Go back and tell Shangguan Qisheng that I, Zichun, will find him one day to settle today's debt." "Brat, today is the day you die. You don't have a chance anymore. Go to hell." The 5 primal core experts' expressions changed. They instantly launched a terrifying attack. But before their attacks landed, they saw Zichun and Tyrant suddenly disappear into thin air. "Tell Shangguan Qisheng that he must live. His life belongs to me, Zichun." Zichun's figure disappeared. Only his cold words echoed in the sky. Damn it. Why did he suddenly disappear? The primal core experts' expressions changed. They didn't know what had happened. "We've been tricked. This is an energy clone." On the way from the central region to the outer region, Zichun nodded with satisfaction. He was full of praise for the Arhut clone. This was the best way to escape and trick people. Tyrant, on the other hand, chose to remain silent. After talking about the Arhut golden body, Zichun thought of the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. "Tyrant, what do you think is wrong with my 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra? Why can't I get started? Is there a trick to it?" Zichun asked curiously. Tyrant continued to remain silent. Talking about Buddhism's strongest skills with a non-Buddhist disciple was blasphemy to Buddha. Zichun obviously couldn't get an answer from Tyrant about Buddhism's battle skills. So he gave up on the battle skills and asked, "It's been so long. Are you sure the liquefied Yuan Qi is still there?" "I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 80% sure." Speaking of the liquefied Yuan Qi, the silent Tyrant finally spoke. "But it's been too long. It's been several months." Zichun frowned. If the liquefied Yuan Qi was so easy to obtain, then it wouldn't be a precious item. If there really is Yuan Qi in the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine, then there's an 80% chance that third boss hasn't obtained it yet. That's good. Let's speed up and hurry back. Several months had passed since the battle at the mine. This region had calmed down, and the people of the Dark Wind Cave didn't come looking for trouble again. But in the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine, it had been bustling with activity. Numerous true energy boundary miners worked day and night, and the sound of digging could be heard unceasingly. And on the side, Third Boss was personally guarding the mine. In the last battle, he had been seriously injured and had almost been killed. Fortunately, he had notified Wild Wolf Stronghold and Second Boss in advance. After a fierce battle, the people of the Dark Wind Cave didn't gain any advantage. But after that battle, the mine had been severely shaken and slowly became different. The spiritual chi in the mine had become denser, and the source of this dense spiritual chi was underground. Such a change instantly made Third Boss think of Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi was a precious item, and its value was immeasurable. If nothing unexpected happened, Third Boss would never be able to advance any further, and would stop at the early primal core stage. In the chaotic lands, there were too many people like him. However, the appearance of Yuan liquid would allow his strength to rise to the mid-stage primal core realm. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difference in combat power was too great. So after that battle, he personally guarded the mine, killing all the other flying guards who had discovered the abnormality. Several months had passed, but his injuries still hadn't healed. There wasn't much time left for him to recover. He guarded the mine day and night, not even blinking. The entire mine was isolated from the outside world. He forbade everyone from entering, and anyone who tried to leave the mine would be killed on the spot. The flying guards had been changed several times. "Hurry up. I'll take the life of anyone who dares to dawdle," Third Boss said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he had almost destroyed the mine and learned that brute force couldn't break through, he would have long since killed all these trash. Furthermore, quite a few of these miners had guessed what was underground. That made Third Boss feel uneasy, but he had already made up his mind. As soon as the Yuan Qi appeared, he would ruthlessly kill all the miners. Zichen and Tyrant quickly rushed back, but before they could reach the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine, they were blocked by a group of people. "Oh, it's you, barbarian. You're still alive." A startled cry rang out as a group of several dozen people flew over. The one leading them was young Master Hai, whom Zichen had robbed when he had first arrived in the chaotic lands. But compared to before, this group had even more people. "It really is that barbarian. He actually didn't die. It seems he faked his death to trick everyone." Another startled cry rang out. Clearly, other than young Master Hai, there were others who recognized Zichen. Back then, Zichen had tricked 3 powers near the Dark Wind Cave's mine, and in the end, he had even faked his death in front of them. "Barbarian, do you know how many people you've tricked to death? You still have the face to come back?" A group of people coldly questioned, their expressions unkind. But with Tyrant Good and Evil present, they didn't dare to immediately kill him. The battle strength Tyrant Good and Evil had displayed that day was no weaker than the virtuous Loose cultivator. But in the next moment, Tyrant Good and Evil left, leaving behind that barbarian. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 458. The monk that everyone was afraid of did not slow down and directly left. Everyone was stunned. When they looked at Zichen again, they saw that he had stopped in the air and was coldly looking at them. "What's going on?" The barbarian didn't run after seeing us. Everyone was puzzled, but they did not stop and directly rushed over. Dozens of people immediately surrounded Zichen from all directions. Every one of them had an unkind expression. That day he had cheated many people and caused the Wild Wolf bandits to suffer heavy losses. Of course, this was not the main reason. They were hostile to Zichen because young Master Hai was dissatisfied with him. The crowd separated. Young Master Hai took a big step forward and coldly glanced at Zichen. He shouted, "Barbarian, do you remember me?" "Of course I remember. Weren't your things robbed by the virtuous Freer?" "What? I haven't seen you for a few months. Don't tell me you've become rich again?" Zichen said indifferently. "How dare you talk to young Master Hai like that? Are you courting death?" A cultivator beside him shouted. When the robbery was mentioned again, young Master Hai's expression was somewhat distorted. He said loudly, "Barbarian, you were lucky that day. But today, let's see who can save you." Zichen was extremely disdainful. He said, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Attacking me? Are you not afraid that the monk will come back and settle the score with you?" Young Master Hai heard this, and his expression changed. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar and shouted from afar, "Young Master Hai, that monk is already far away." Ha! Everyone laughed. The monk was already far away. They no longer had any scruples and completely let go. "The monk is already gone. Let's see who can protect you today. If I don't torture you to death, I'll be ashamed to be called Young Master Hai." Young Master Hai laughed coldly. "You've let down too many people. After today, you'll also let down your parents." Zichen's eyes were cold. "Attack, beat him half to death. Let's see if he can continue to be noisy. Then, leave him half alive and I'll torture him again." Young Master Hai's cold words fell. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone made their move. Numerous dazzling attacks were launched at Zichen. There were at least 10 people attacking at the same time, creating a huge momentum. Zichen smiled coldly. He turned into a stream of light and weaved through the attacks. His posture was natural and unrestrained. Looking at his expression, it was as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. None of the attacks landed on him. What? Hai Xiao's expression changed. He was dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he shouted loudly, "Attack with all your strength! Quickly kill them!" In an instant, an even more terrifying energy appeared. Attacks and spirit weapons soared into the sky, bringing with them sharp whistling sounds as they tore through the air and rushed toward Zichen. Dozens of people attacked at the same time. Crazy killing intent surged. Even if a late-stage Zephyr Air expert was hit, he would still die. Swoosh! Numerous attacks were launched, but Zichen was still as relaxed as ever. As he stepped forward, it was as if he was taking a stroll. Occasionally, he would make a simple move, as if he was plucking flowers or leaves, but there was extraordinary energy surging within. Pum! With a loud tremor, an energy wave was shattered in an instant. Immediately after, Zichen extended his hand and pointed forward. A spirit weapon that was flying forward was hit by his finger. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the spirit weapon, and it exploded. To be able to explode a spirit weapon so easily, such battle strength was shocking. Moreover, after 2 rounds of attacks, everyone was actually unable to injure him in the slightest. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Everyone, don't hold back. Use all your strength to destroy the enemy. Hai Xiao's voice sounded again. He had already sensed where the uneasiness in his heart came from. As a result, the 3rd round of attacks appeared. Gorgeous attacks filled the sky. This time, Zichen didn't choose to evade, but took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his hand, extreme energy appeared. Golden light scattered like golden waves, falling in all directions. Wherever the golden light passed, numerous energy waves silently disappeared. After a few waves of his hand, the golden waves drowned out all the energy attacks. Such a method shocked everyone. After that, under everyone's shocked gazes, Zichen waved his hand at them. Golden light filled his eyes, and his vision was filled with gold. It was as if he was looking at a golden ocean. The battle started quickly, but it also ended quickly. How could a group of early Zephyr Realm cultivators be a match for Zichen? With just a few simple attacks, they were all defeated. Pum! Hai Xiao was also fiercely thrown to the ground. His face was covered in dirt, and he was in a very sorry state. This battle ended just like that. Looking around, there was not a single person in the Zephyr Realm who could remain standing. They were all lying on the ground, wailing. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yu. Hai Xiao, who was incomparably arrogant before, was also shocked after witnessing Zi Chen's strength. "Now hand over all your keystones." Zi Chen's gaze swept around, his voice indifferent. "In your dreams, barbarian. Don't think of humiliating us." An unwilling voice rang out. In the chaotic lands, keystones were equivalent to life. A golden light flashed, striking the cultivator's forehead, ending his life. Zi Chen said indifferently, "This is not a humiliation. This is an exchange. Using keystones to exchange for your life." A Zephyr Realm cultivator fell to the ground dead. Zi Chen took the cultivator's spirit ring, but after a glance, he disdainfully curled his lips when he saw the wealth inside. Such a small amount of keystones was not enough for him. In view of Zi Chen's strength, they had no choice but to hand over all their wealth. Although in the Bedlam, keystones were equivalent to life, there was still a fundamental difference. If they had to give up something, it would obviously be keystones. Everyone was extremely unwilling to hand over their keystones. They were all cursing and looking at Hai Shao with unkind eyes. What barbarian? What powerless? This was simply a demon. His strength was not any weaker than their leaders. Hai Shao also chose to use keystones to exchange for his life and immediately wanted to hand over his spirit ring. However, Zi Chan waved his hand and said, "You don't need to hand it over. I will take your keystones myself." Just as Hai Shao was wondering what was so special about him, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes. Hai Shao finally understood what Zi Chen meant. He fell to the ground dead. When Tyrant returned, the only one left was Zi Chen, who was counting his harvest. Other than that, there was no one else around. Not even a drop of blood. How was it? Did you see the third leader? Zi Chen put away the keystones and asked. No. Tyrant shook his head and said, "Just as I guessed, the entire mine is sealed. No one is allowed to enter. I also asked around. No one has come out after such a long time." "Then is there no more key liquid left?" Zi Chen asked worriedly. "That's impossible. If there is no more key liquid left, the third leader will naturally appear. I can't go in, but I can let the devil ape take a look tonight." When they were being chased, the devil ape played a big role. It was small in size and fast in speed, so it was the best choice for surveillance. Okay. Zi Chen nodded in agreement. The two didn't return to the wild wolf stronghold, but found a dense forest as a temporary resting place. In order to investigate at night, Zi Chan made a lot of food to reward the devil ape. The devil ape ate until its mouth was full of oil and its stomach was round. It was extremely happy, and its little paw repeatedly patted its chest, promising that it would definitely complete the mission. At night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, the devil ape went on its way. It was only the size of a fist, small and exquisite. Its body was surrounded by a black light, which allowed it to become one with the night. It was very difficult to detect with spiritual sense. It entered Wild Wolf Stronghold's territory without any obstructions and arrived near the mine. It passed through the spiritual senses one after another and then swaggered into the mine under the feet of the two people in the air. The mine was deep and dark, without the slightest bit of light. Inside there were many paths like an underground world. The devil ape searched for a long time, using its extreme speed to pass through the various entrances. Then it heard a clanging sound coming from the mine and followed the sound. Even in the middle of the night, the miners were working in full swing. The third leader collected all the keystones and waste rocks in his spirit ring. He had many spirit rings, so there was no need for him to take a step out. Whether it was day or night, he personally oversaw the mine, using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, monitoring every movement of the miners. However, he didn't notice that there was another little guy here today, and it was secretly sizing him up in a dark corner of the mine. Hurry up, hurry up. Even in the middle of the night, there were still many miners working. The clanging sound constantly rang out, accompanied by the third leader's urging. After watching for an hour and memorizing every single expression of the third master, the demonic ape finally turned around and returned. Then it gestured at Zichen for a while. At the same time, its little nose twitched as if it was inhaling, and then it had an intoxicated expression. You said the spirit qi in the mine is very rich, far more than usual. Zichen asked. The devil ape nodded repeatedly. It had visited more than one mine, so it could naturally sense the richness of the spirit qi. The main reason was that when Zichen had first arrived here, he had been curious about what the keystone mine looked like, so he had let the devil ape sneak in to take a look. This time, the devil ape had discovered the problem with the spirit qi. Following the devil ape's gestures, the two finally understood everything, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. The liquefied essence hadn't appeared yet, and judging from the third leader's expression, it would obviously take a lot of time. Having obtained a positive answer, Zichen was completely relieved. He and the monk stayed in the jungle, and every night they would let the devil ape go to check. As the days passed, the third leader's temper became more and more irritable, and the feeling of worrying about personal gains and losses also became more and more serious. The devil ape's vivid description really amused the two, and they had already guessed that the liquefied essence was about to appear. For 2 consecutive days, the devil ape came to report that the third leader had killed a lot of people these days and urged them to hurry up. Moreover, his temper was even more irritable, and he was always staring blankly at the ground, sometimes smiling, sometimes worried, and sometimes worried about personal gains and losses. It should be soon. We'll take action in a few days. After discussing with the monk, Zichen decided to take action immediately and told the devil ape to keep watch day and night and not to come out again. After some preparations, Zichen and the monk went to the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine in the middle of the night. Chapter 459. The Wild Wolf Stronghold was very quiet at night. Zichen and Tyrant moved forward like ghosts, concealing all of their auras. They bypassed the place where the 3 heads were guarding and went straight to the mine. There were quite a lot of guards outside the mine. The demonic ape had already found out the number of guards and informed them of their positions. The two went straight to the guards and split into 2 groups. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a golden light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. The demonic ape was shocked, but before he could say anything, his vision turned black and he fell down. The 2 of them were like real ghosts wandering in the dark night. Every time there was a flash of light, there would be a cultivator falling to the ground. Without a sound, cultivators fell one after another. After dealing with all the guards, the 2 appeared at the entrance of the mine. After looking at each other, the 2 dived into the depths of the mine. As for the exact route, the demonic ape had already told them. After several months of continuous mining, the entire mine had already reached several thousand meters underground. Furthermore, the deeper it went, the denser the spiritual qi in the mine became. The spiritual qi here was too dense, causing several miners to break through their bottlenecks and step into the demonic ape realm. They had escaped the fate of being miners. In the Bedlam lands, they were qualified to be cannon fodder, provided that they could make it out alive. In this mine, they were currently working as laborers, responsible for monitoring the other miners and putting piles of yuan stones and waste rocks into their spirit rings. Hurry up, hurry up. You'll die if you're lazy. A few of them replaced the 3rd head and angrily yelled at the others, acting as supervisors. This was because the 3rd boss's condition had become very abnormal. He had become incredibly irritable, and the worry in his heart had become more and more severe. Killing people had become his second nature, and today 3 people had been killed for no reason at all, causing all of the miners to feel terrified. Clang! In the depths of the mine, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. Suddenly, there was a sound that was especially loud, and it even produced brilliant sparks. A deep stone covered in mud flew up and rolled to the side. It was as big as a human head. It was a big yuan stone, and its quality was very high. It was very difficult to get. Logically speaking, such a large piece of high-grade yuan stone should have attracted everyone's attention. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to this large piece of yuan stone. Their gazes were all focused on the spot where the yuan stone had fallen. A small hole appeared in the depths of the primordial stone, emitting a brilliant light. Through the small hole, one could see a small pool of rippling liquid, swaying back and forth. A dense spiritual energy surged out from the small hole, bringing with it 7 colors like a fog tide. When the fog was sucked into their mouths, it immediately made them feel refreshed and enlightened. In a trance, everyone had the illusion that because they took a breath, their strength had increased greatly. Liquefied elemental essence. This is liquefied elemental essence. The rainbow-colored fog had already filled the entire mine. Almost no one could be seen, and only a cry of surprise could be heard. There really is essence liquid. Heavens, we actually dug it out. In the fog, everyone revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. My lord, liquefied essence has appeared. At the same time, another person shouted from the sky. His voice came from underground. Hearing this, the eyes of the third head, who had been waiting for several months, widened. His face was filled with ecstasy. However, before he could fully express his excitement, it was replaced by a gloomy coldness. A dense chill filled the entire mine. After that, the third head made his move. A dignified core realm expert making a move against a true energy realm cultivator was simply a massacre. Fresh lives were ended just like that. At the same time, the third head's powerful spiritual sense came out of his body and spread out, enveloping all the miners above. Then he launched an indiscriminate attack. In the mine, whether they were mining, cheering, or resting, all of them had their spiritual seas pierce the moment their spiritual sense went berserk. The fog tide continued to surge up, and one could still hear the shouts of praise from below. However, above, the massacre had already ended. All the miners were dead, and not a single one was left alive. The fog tide surged up, emitting a gorgeous light. The third head's gloomy expression turned into greed, and within that greed was a sinister coldness. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, his figure descended. With the fog covering him, no one could discover the third master's figure. My lord, we found liquefied essence. My lord, liquefied essence. We actually dug out liquefied essence. My lord is truly wise. You must have known that there was liquefied essence here. There's too much of it. My lord, please personally come and collect it. The cheers below continued to ring out, but the top was deathly silent. This made everyone feel that something was wrong. In an instant, all kinds of praises came out of their mouths. They became vigilant in their hearts. But in the next moment, a dangerous aura attacked, and a dense killing intent swept over everyone. Following a flash of light, heads flew up and blood spurted out. Ah, my lord, please spare us. There were too many people underground, and the third head's attack clearly couldn't kill them all. The others were on guard. Screams and cries for help constantly rang out. Some cultivators had already soared into the air, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Boom! But the figures that had just soared into the air quickly fell back down. A huge palm print dispersed the fog tide and fell towards them. In an instant, many cultivators were killed by the palm print. At this moment, praises, begging, and cursing were useless. The third head was determined to kill and not leave a single one alive. By the time Zichin and the monk reached the depths, in addition to the colorful fog tide, there was also a thick smell of blood that couldn't be dispersed. Oh no, liquefied essence has appeared. Their faces changed, and they instantly sped up, rushing towards the depths. Boom! At the same time, a surging aura began to surge around them, and an angry roar sounded. The third head had just finished slaughtering everyone, but before he could collect the liquefied essence, he heard Zi Chen's angry roar. His face changed dramatically, and his expression became even more twisted. Just as he was hesitating whether to kill the enemy or collect the liquefied essence, a hurricane blew away the fog tide, and two figures descended from the sky. "It's you." The third head recognized the monk at a glance. At the same time, he also saw Zichen. After sensing their realms, he was relieved. It was just two Zukis. He immediately decided to kill the enemy first and collect the liquefied essence later. As soon as he made the decision, before he could make a move, the two Zukis in his eyes launched an attack first. Boom! A dazzling golden light filled the entire vein, and then a series of explosions sounded, and the entire vein began to tremble. "You're courting death." The third head's disdainful voice sounded in the mine. At the same time, he slapped out a palm, easily destroying the two's attack. "Two Zukis, and you dare to attack me. You're really reckless." His eyes were cold, and there was a crazy killing intent in them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen and the monk didn't say a word. Their bodies emitted a brilliant golden light, and then a golden figure appeared beside each of them. Both of them used their Arhut avatars. The two of them and the four figures rushed toward the third head at the same time. Then the two of them joined forces and launched a powerful attack. In Zichen's body, the ultimate energy was crazily thrown out as if it didn't cost money. Powerful battle techniques appeared frequently. The monk no longer hid his strength and launched a series of profound Buddhist supernatural powers. The Ma word heavenly sound appeared continuously, shaking the third head's heart. Such a huge amount of energy caused the entire mind to begin to tremble. Countless stones rolled down, and the vein showed signs of collapsing. "Damn it! How dare you ruin my plan? Today, I'll show you the real difference between Zukis and Jindan." In the third head's body, monstrous mana surged, forming a huge light shield to protect the collapsed vein. Then, a ray of light flashed in front of him, and an elixir weapon emitting a terrifying aura appeared. As soon as the elixir weapon appeared, under the third head's control, it suddenly smashed toward the two. Boom! The dull explosion caused the mind to tremble again. However, the expected scene of the two being smashed by the elixir weapon didn't happen. The two of them blocked the elixir weapon's attack and were only pushed back dozens of meters. Naturally, it was another elixir weapon that could block the elixir weapon's attack. It was a long spear, emitting a terrifying aura. The spear shaft shone brilliantly, and the tip of the spear was unusually sharp. It was the combination of Zichen and the monk to block the attack. "You guys have an elixir weapon too." The third head was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then he laughed wildly. Good, good, good. It's fine if you guys want to die, but you actually brought an elixir weapon for me. With two elixir weapons fused together, the power will naturally be stronger. With a breakthrough, I'll have a powerful elixir weapon. Haha, let's see if those big forces won't rush to recruit me. Humph, you'd better wake up. Stop dreaming. Zichen shouted. Then he and the monk controlled the elixir weapon and attacked together. The entire mine shook even more violently, as if it were about to collapse. Cracks spread out, and huge rocks began to roll down. The light shield that the third boss had put up suddenly dimmed, and after a few more attacks, it began to shatter. Large amounts of rocks began to roll down. Puffed! At the same time, the third head spat out blood. His old injury had flared up, and it was caused by anger. I want you to die, he roared hysterically. The elixir weapon was activated again and again, attacking the two of them. Boom! With a loud explosion, Zichen and the monk seemed to have been hit hard. Their bodies flew backward, and the elixir weapons in their hands almost fell out. Their whole body was smashed into the stones. The core old monster was too strong. Even if the two of them joined forces with their elixir weapons, they still couldn't match him. However, the two of them were not ordinary people. Soon, they rushed out of the stones, covered in blood, and attacked together again. Let's see how long you can hold on. The mine was about to collapse. The third head went crazy and launched a series of powerful attacks. Because of his injury, he kept coughing up blood, and his spirit was weak. Controlling an elixir weapon required a huge amount of energy. Zichen and the monk joined forces. But after a few attacks, they felt that the yuan energy in their body was too much. It was difficult for them to control the elixir weapon. The third head, who was seriously injured, was still attacking fiercely. In this way, the two of them couldn't even protect themselves, let alone destroy the enemy. What should we do? The monk asked anxiously. We have to buy time for the demon ape, Zichen said in a deep voice. There was madness in his eyes. The next moment, he let go of the elixir weapon in his hand. Chapter 460. The mine was shaking, and a loud noise was transmitted to the outside world. The 3 leaders of Wild Wolf Stronghold were awakened, and they appeared with a group of experts. They stood in the air, overlooking the entire mine. The rumbling sound continued, and the whole mine seemed to be collapsing. Sometimes rocks would roll down and dust would fly up. Seventh head, exactly what is going on here? Beside him, the other 2 heads asked. The 2 new leaders used to be the subordinates of the 7th leader, and now they were following him. The latter shook his head, not knowing what was going on. The trembling sound was like a natural earthquake, but it also seemed like it was caused by a battle. The 7th leader was not sure. Sir, all the guards guarding the mine have been killed. They were all killed in one blow. At this moment, someone came to report. Killed in one blow. The 7th leader's face changed slightly. Got it. Tell everyone to be on guard and wait for my order. Obviously, he had a guess. Yes. The person left. Everyone is dead, killed in one blow. Could it be a core yuan old monster? This is caused by the battle between him and the 3rd leader. The 8th leader guessed. The 3rd master has been very mysterious recently. He doesn't allow people to enter the mine, and he doesn't allow people to come out either. Now that the guards outside have been killed, the other party should be coming for the mine. The 9th master said in a low voice. Many people had guessed that there was something wrong with the mine, but they didn't dare to meddle. At this moment, the trembling sound in the mine made the 3 of them suspect that a core yuan old monster had come. Only a core yuan old monster would dare to come here. Be careful and be on guard. Wait and see. Finally, the 7th leader said. Zichen and the monk had consumed a lot of energy after using their weapons repeatedly. However, they were no match for the 3rd leader who was injured. A core yuan expert was too strong. Now, not to mention snatching the liquefied yuan, they might not even be able to keep their lives. At this moment, Zichen's heart was ruthless and crazy. He decisively gave up on using his weapons and stretched out his hands in front of the monk's puzzled expression. After that, a golden light flashed on his hands. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. This was the energy in Zichen's body, but it emitted a completely different aura. Yin in his left hand and Yang in his right. At this moment, the 2 types of extreme energy within Zichen's body were drawn out and gathered in his hands. The golden light grew brighter and brighter, and the energy contained within it grew stronger and stronger. Along the way, Zichen had narrowly escaped death several times, but only twice had he been forced to use up all the energy in his body to launch a final attack. The first time was when he had killed the genius of the Chu clan in the True Element realm. At that time, he had comprehended the collision of Yin and Yang, instantly killing his enemy. Today was the second time. This is extreme energy, and there are 2 of them. How is this possible? The 3rd head's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The scene in front of him really defied common sense. 2 golden balls had already gathered in Zichen's hands. Any one of them wouldn't pose a threat to the 3rd master, But now that two golden balls had appeared at the same time, he felt as if his life was in danger. And this threat was the long-awaited feeling of death. No. He let out a startled cry and turned to flee. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. That was because Ziqin had already thrown out those two balls of energy. Those two balls of light were flying toward him. The two golden balls were entangled with each other. At this moment, they were still in a symbiotic relationship. Perhaps in the next moment, they would be destroyed. So he decisively gave up on trying to break them and directly fled. But before the third head could flee, black light appeared on his body. It was like shackles that wrapped around his body. His forward charge was blocked by the black light. But in the blink of an eye, the black light was broken by him. Within the fog, the devil ape that was in the middle of collecting yuan, liquefied essence, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. That attack just now had caused it to suffer a backlash. But it had bought Ziqin an instant of time. It was this instant that allowed the two balls of light to arrive in front of the third head and explode. Boom! The two symbiotic balls of light collided in an instant, erupting with a destructive aura. Blinding golden light flooded the area like a wave. Wherever the golden light passed, everything was destroyed. The mine was collapsing and huge cracks were spreading. The broken rocks were turning into fine powder. The underground space, which was not very big, was expanding with the golden wave. Wherever the wave passed, everything was destroyed. At the same time, at the very center of the wave, there was a miserable scream that resounded throughout the mine. This scream came from the third head. Under the collision of the two extreme energies, he had suffered a devastating blow. He screamed as he rushed out of the golden light. His clothes were in tatters, almost like strips of cloth. Half of his body was badly mutilated, and in some places his bones could be seen. Half of his face was devoid of flesh, and one of his eyes was gone. Black blood flowed from his eye socket. This was a strange and frightening scene. The third head who rushed out of the golden light was like a living ghost. But it had to be said that the Danyuan old monster's vitality was extremely tenacious. He was injured to such an extent, but he was still alive. The third head's single eye glanced at Ziqin. It was full of fear and hatred. His injuries were very serious, and his life was in danger. He didn't die immediately because his Danyuan had protected his last breath. Then, with this last breath, he rushed towards Ziqin. Wherever he passed, blood spurted out. Pieces of flesh fell from his body, and white bones were exposed. It was a hideous and frightening scene. Ziqin's previous attack was the last one. His whole body was exhausted and his face was pale. He didn't have the strength to fight anymore. And the large number of pills he had swallowed before obviously didn't have any effect immediately. Moreover, the destructive energy from before had caused him to suffer a great impact. The blood in his body was still boiling, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. At this time, he could only watch as the half-human, half-ghost third head rushed towards him. He didn't have the strength to fight back. Clang! A long spear appeared in front of Ziqin, blocking the powerful attack and forcing the third head to retreat. The monk appeared at the critical moment. He flew into the air and avoided the destructive energy. At this moment, he still had the strength to fight. After blocking the attack, the elixir weapon in his hand trembled. It turned into a golden light and directly pierced towards the third head's other eye. Such an attack was fast, ruthless, and accurate. The third head, who was seriously injured, couldn't react in time. He could only block with his hand. Puff! The long spear was very sharp. It directly pierced through the third head's palm and then fixed on his eye. The intense pain made the third head howl inhumanly. Boom! After that, the energy in his Danyuan surged, producing a powerful aura that directly sent the monk flying. The third head was in danger, and his attacks were no longer sharp. The monk, who had just been sent flying, coughed up blood. He rushed forward again with his injured body, and the elixir weapon in his hand stabbed forward again. Both sides were fighting fiercely. Above them, large pieces of rocks fell. The sound of cracks spreading was constantly heard. This place was about to collapse. But the monk and the third head were locked in a fierce battle. The Danyuan old monster was too strong. He was only left with one breath, but he was still so strong. He forced the monk to use his Buddhist skills, the heavenly voice, the doppelganger technique, and all kinds of powerful attacks. During this time, the falling rocks were also crushed by the surging energy around the two. The monk, who had always been kind, also showed his evil side at this moment. His attacks were swift and fierce, and each of them was fatal. Half of the third head's body had been destroyed, but he was still alive. The Danyuan in his body was maintaining his vitality and providing him with fighting strength. The monk continuously vomited blood and was sent flying. His injuries worsened again. Pum! But in the end, the third head's last breath was exhausted. His injuries were too serious, and his Danyuan could not maintain it. His body fell backward, and his vitality slowly dissipated. This death had come a little too suddenly. Even the third head had a stunned expression on his face, so much so that he did not choose to self-destruct his Danyuan. The third head fell completely dead. A Danyuan expert fell just like that. Moreover, he was killed by two people in the air. The moment the third head fell, the entire mine collapsed. Zi-Chen, the monk, and the demonic ape, who had just collected all the liquefied Danyuan qi, began to rush out. But during this time, the monk used his fastest speed to collect the third head's spirit ring and the Danyuan qi in his body, which had been greatly depleted. And when Zi-Chen soared into the air, he found the third head's Danyuan weapon and directly collected it. Boom! The mine completely collapsed. It was like a mountain had suddenly sunk into the ground. Endless smoke and dust flew in all directions, and all kinds of rocks fell down. In the midst of stumbling, two consecutive explosions sounded. The monk and Zi-Chen rushed out in a sorry state. When they rushed out, the two who had created the first thing coughed up blood. Their injuries were very serious. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw that there were many people in the air around them. "It's you! It's you!" The seventh head, who had been guarding in the air, saw the two people rushing out. His eyes almost popped out. It was the evil good monk and the other barbarian. "Why are you here? How is the third head? You barbarian, why are you holding the third head's Danyuan weapon?" The eighth head shouted coldly. At this moment, Zi-Chen and the monk were not in good condition. Their battle strength had been greatly reduced. Facing the encirclement of the Danyuan weapons, it would be very difficult to succeed in killing their way out. At this moment, the others also saw the Danyuan weapon in Zi-Chen's hand. It was the third head's Danyuan weapon. They had seen it before. The third head's Danyuan weapon was in the hands of a Danyuan weapon. Thinking back to the third head's miserable scream, the crowd had a bold and crazy guess. The third head couldn't have been killed by them, right? This guess was crazy, bold, and illogical. Everyone was stunned by this crazy guess. They felt that it was unbelievable. Kill them. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 461. Everyone was still in a daze because of the crazy guesses in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the seventh head decisively spoke, revealing his killing intent. Boom! They had been on guard all this time. When they heard the seventh head's words, they subconsciously launched their energy attacks. One attack after another appeared, like a huge net, enveloping Zi-Chen and Tyrant. With two consecutive loud tremors, Tyrant and Zi-Chen flew back. The elixir weapons in their hands blocked most of the attacks for them. However, there was still a small amount of energy attacks that hit them, causing them to cough up blood again. Bang! Bang! They were already in low spirits. After receiving such an impact, their bodies became unstable and fell to the ground. Their figures that had just rushed out of the ground were blasted into the ground. Kill. Attack with all your might and kill them quickly. The seventh head shouted. His eyes were emitting a thick light of greed. His target was the elixir weapons in the hands of the two. With him in the lead, one attack after another blasted downwards, causing a series of loud explosions. In the blink of an eye, a deep crater was blasted open in the ground. Within the crater, Tyrant and Chen had tried to rush in several times, but they were all repelled by the energy waves, making them look extremely miserable. Ha! Seeing such a scene, the seventh head couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. He was very confident in killing the two. The third head's miserable scream had already made him guess. When he saw the barbarian rushing out with the third head's spirit weapon, he was even more certain of his guess. Although he didn't know how the two killed the third head, but when the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit in the end. And now he was that fisherman. 2 elixir weapons. Sell one and keep the other for my own use. The seventh head had already begun to plan how to distribute the elixir weapons. He couldn't help but smile. During this period, explosions continued to ring out. They were still attacking. The poor Tyrant and Chen, one of them had many Buddhist supernatural powers and powerful combat strength, while the other was known to be invincible in the air with unparalleled combat strength. But today, they were being suppressed by a group of people in the air. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Are they dead? After a long time of indiscriminate bombardment, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Endless smoke and dust filled the air. The two hadn't made any movements for a long time. The seventh head asked, "There's been no movement for so long. He should be dead." Someone asked, but he wasn't sure. In the dark night, there was smoke and dust everywhere. They couldn't see what was in the deep pit, and their spiritual senses couldn't sense the life aura of the two people. Next person, go take a look. The seventh head scanned the crater, but didn't discover anything. He opened his mouth and gestured for one of them to go down. He was extremely excited. If the two of them were to die, just like that, the 2 elixir weapons would be in his hands. An early-stage Zephyr Realm warrior who wanted to show off his achievements immediately flew out and landed on the ground. Energy surged around his body, shining brightly. He rushed into the smoke and dust and headed for the deep pit. "My lord, there's no one here." A moment later, a voice came from the deep pit. "Go down a little more and take a look at the bottom. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." The seventh manager said loudly. The cultivator continued to sneak in and said, "Sir, should we?" But before he could finish speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. Then a powerful energy fluctuation rushed up from the deep pit. The energy fluctuation rushed out like a wave of air, accompanied by other things. Just as the seventh manager was about to exclaim to be careful of hidden weapons, his pupils suddenly shrank. Those things that followed the wave of air were not hidden weapons, but broken corpses and pieces of flesh. There was also something like raindrops, which was blood. There was also a human head, with shock in its eyes, flying toward him. It was the Zephyr Realm warrior who went in before. The seventh manager's expression changed instantly. Previously, the early-stage Zephyr Realm warrior's body was divided into dozens of pieces. Under the influence of the wave of air, his body surged in all directions, causing a series of exclamations. The powerful wave of air hit everyone in the air and made them retreat. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from the deep pit, as if a peerless beast had appeared. "What's going on? What happened?" Everyone was shocked and looked toward the deep pit. With a glance, he found that the previously dark pit was emitting a gorgeous, colorful light. It was as if 7 colors were flowing. In addition, there was a strong spiritual power rushing out from the deep pit. Could it be that a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth has appeared? The rich spiritual energy in their mouths made them feel refreshed, as if they had swallowed a panacea. Everyone's expression began to change constantly. Boom! Boom! But before they could go underground to investigate, 2 explosions came from the deep pit. Then 2 figures emitting colorful light flew out from the mine. It was the tyrant and Ziqin. At this moment, the 2 of them were holding elixir weapons, but they exchanged them. Ziqin was holding a long spear, while the tyrant was holding the 3rd manager's elixir weapon. The 2 of them appeared, their bodies emitting colorful light. Their eyes were as cold as lightning, and their bodies that were severely injured had already recovered. You. Feeling the terrifying aura from the 2 of them, the 7th manager's face changed drastically, and the others were also shocked. They couldn't imagine how the 2 of them, who were on the verge of death, could become lively in such a short time. Could it be that they had swallowed an elixir? Of course, there was no elixir in the world, but there was liquefied yuan. It was a magical thing that could restore the energy of the 2 of them instantly. Kill! Ziqin's eyes were cold, and his eyes emitted a monstrous killing intent. His body flashed with golden light, and he rushed toward the 7th manager. Get lost! The 7th manager shouted, and his violent attack caused the sky to shake. Humph! You weren't my opponent a few months ago, and you're not my opponent now, Ziqin said coldly. His body flashed, and he dodged the 7th manager's attack. His body was like a ghost, and he appeared behind the 7th manager. Puff! The long spear in his hand flashed, and the 7th manager's heart was pierced. The latter's shocked expression instantly froze, and his mind involuntarily recalled the first time he met Ziqin. At that time, he was still teasing Ziqin for being a barbarian. It was also on that day that he was injured by a cultivator called the virtuous, loose cultivator. That was the only defeat he had suffered since he came to the Bedlam lands. Today was the 2nd day, and this defeat was fatal. Virtuous, he said softly, but before he could finish, the long spear had already taken away all of his life force, and he fell to the ground. The powerful 7th manager, who was the leader of the leaders, was killed by Ziqin in a single strike. On the other side, Evil Good Monk had already revealed his true nature and became a true evil monk. With a sweep of the elixir weapon in his hand, a ray of light shot out. In an instant, more than 10 people were cut in half, and their corpses fell to the ground. Both of them were already powerful in the first place. Now that they had alchemy weapons in their hands, the 2 of them would be slaughtered in the air. Puff! Like a ghost, Ziqin appeared in front of the 9th manager, and the long spear in his hand flashed again, illuminating the 9th manager's horrified eyes. With a light sound, the long spear pierced the 9th manager's throat. He had killed 2 managers in 2 consecutive strikes. Such battle strength was shocking. On the side, the elixir weapon in Monk's hand swept out, and a large number of people died in the air. His way of slaughtering was like a demon, and it was extremely frightening. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the people in the air immediately woke up and began to flee frantically. Among them, the 8th manager's speed was extremely fast. He was the former 8th manager, and after being defeated by the monk, he stepped down. After the monk disappeared, he took the position again. When he went to the dark wind caves or vein, he deliberately made things difficult for Ziqin. With 2 managers dead, he was the strongest, and his speed was also the fastest. However, no matter how fast he couldn't be faster than the world's fastest speed. When Ziqin appeared in front of him, the 8th manager despaired. The long spear emitted a cold light, and with a sweep, Ziqin didn't even give the 8th manager a chance to beg for mercy, and he killed him. On this side, Ziqin had killed 3 managers, and in the distance, the monk was crazily slaughtering people. Screams were constantly heard from the horizon. The monk held his elixir weapon and chased for a long distance. With the help of the light before dawn, One could see figures falling from the sky, and many of them didn't even have a complete corpse left. Normally, the monk rarely killed and had always shown his good side. However, once his evil side was shown, he would be a true devil. Even when he was killing people, he still had a benevolent smile on his face and chanted Buddhist mantras, as if telling people to lay down their butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Chen had given up on the chase and began to sit down cross-legged to refine the liquefied origin liquid. Previously, he and the monk had to swallow some to save their lives, but most of it was wasted. This was an extremely rare thing, and wasting it would lead to being struck by lightning. Chen began to refine it. The monk kept chasing with his elixir weapon, because the liquefied origin liquid he had swallowed before had been completely consumed. In other words, it was all wasted. This was the source of the monk's fury. Chen wasn't much better off than him. There wasn't much left in his body, and he didn't have much to refine before it was all used up. At this time, the screams in the sky disappeared completely. The monk flew over, his elixir weapon not stained with blood. His expression was still benevolent, but his other hand was holding a bunch of spirit rings. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Such a battle would cause too much of a commotion, and it would naturally attract the attention of others. Perhaps some nascent core old monsters would arrive soon. The two of them had already expended so much effort to kill the heavily injured third manager, not to mention killing an uninjured nascent core expert. It was simply impossible. Leave. If you don't hand over the liquefied origin liquid, do you think you can leave? At this time, a cold voice rang out from the horizon. Chen looked over and saw a huge creature appear. It was a gray wolf, not much different from a wild wolf, but its size was comparable to a small mountain. Chapter 462. The head of the Wild Wolf Gang had created the Wild Wolf Gang single-handedly. He was the strongest warrior in the gang. His original form was an ordinary wild wolf, not even a ferocious beast. However, this ferocious beast had miraculously stepped onto the path of cultivation. Moreover, he had become a great beast, taking human form and possessing the strength of the inner core realm. If you don't leave the pill weapon and yuan liquid behind, none of you will be able to leave. The head of the Wild Wolf Gang opened his mouth, his voice cold. He was obviously a wolf, but he could speak human language. He whistled as he flew over. His pair of wolf eyes shone with a faint green light, like lanterns. Under his spectral eye, he had already recognized the third head's pill weapon and guessed that he was already dead. After receiving the secret report, he had rushed over. However, he was still one step too late. He was very unhappy with the greedy third head. Last time in the Dark Wind Cave, this time it was the same. This was a greedy guy who always wanted to take everything for himself. He deserved to die. The head of the Wild Wolf Gang rushed over with extreme speed. His powerful aura surged. Even the void began to distort, unable to bear this energy. The head of the Wild Wolf Gang is too powerful. Rumor has it that he has a special ability. Let's go. Seeing the head of the Wild Wolf Gang, the monk's expression changed drastically. The two of them turned into golden light and began to flee madly. Due to their physique, beasts of the same level were much stronger than humans of the same level. If the two of them were to engage in a fierce battle, it would usually be the humans who would lose. Not to mention the fact that the two of them were flying. Even an inner core realm human would have to avoid the head of the Wild Wolf Gang. Run? Do you think you can run? A disdainful voice was heard. The head of the Wild Wolf Gang soon caught up. Then he pressed his front paw into the void. Boom! The void suddenly shattered. A huge paw print appeared. It was more than 100 meters long, surrounded by endless light and emitting a horrifying aura. It clawed at the two of them. Wherever the paw print passed, the void shook and rippled. Then it began to shatter. Ziqin and the monk used their pill weapons to block it. Beams of light surged. The dazzling golden light was like two suns. Boom! With a dull explosion, the claw print was crushed by the elixir weapon. A terrifying aura surged in the sky, shattering a large area of the void. Ziqin and the monk were hit hard and fell to the ground, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. However, they did not slow down and continued to run. With just one strike, the two people with core weapons were injured. From this, it could be seen that Wild Wolf's great battle prowess far surpassed that of normal primal core cultivators. In the air, when he saw the two people continue running after they landed on the ground, a strange light flashed in the leader of the Wild Wolf's dark green eyes. Then his mountain-like body turned into a 2-meter-tall man. As expected of someone who could kill the third head, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. However, it's still nothing in front of me. The burly man's eyes flashed and a cold smile flashed across his mouth, after which he turned into a ray of light and chased after the two of them at an extremely fast speed. Ziqin and Tyrant fled madly, but no matter how fast they moved, they could not shake off Leader Wild Wolf. Leader Wild Wolf was not much slower than them. Damn it! How can he be so fast? After being unable to shake off Leader Wild Wolf for a long time, Ziqin could not help but curse. He's just a wild wolf. How can he have such extraordinary speed? Tyrant was also dissatisfied. Little did they know that the great leader of the wild wolves, who had been chasing after them, was getting more and more frustrated. He was a wild wolf, great monster, and had experienced the heavenly lightning tribulation. He had a narrow escape and was good at speed. Many great monsters were not as fast as him, but at this moment the speed he displayed was not enough to catch up to the two of them. This made Leader Wild Wolf feel depressed. At the same time, he also made up his mind that he must catch up with them and snatch the two extreme speed movement techniques. Hence, two of them ran while the other chased. Like a meteor, they streaked across the sky in an instant. Young man, stay. Just when Ziqin and Tyrant were worrying about when they could get rid of Leader Wild Wolf, a cold voice appeared in front of them. Then, the void trembled and a figure appeared. He was emitting the aura of core chi. It's the second head. I've seen him before. I didn't expect him to chase after us. Tyrant's face became even more gloomy. Boom! As soon as the second head appeared, he unleashed a powerful attack. This made Ziqin and Tyrant cough out blood again. They turned around and ran in another direction. When the second head appeared and saw the third head's elixir weapon in Tyrant's hand, his eyes were also filled with surprise. He exchanged a glance with the first head and nodded. Then they started to chase. No, if this continues, we'll be killed sooner or later. Ziqin said. The two heads were very strong and fast. They were chasing after them relentlessly. They could not get rid of them, even after a long time. Moreover, the two heads were already here. They were constantly unleashing powerful attacks. Their voices shook the sky. The experts of Blackwind Stronghold might be here soon. Tyrant's benevolent expression was gone. His face was extremely gloomy. However, it seemed that there was no other way but to run. Boom! As the void trembled, the third core chi expert appeared. He unleashed a powerful attack, forcing them to change their direction again. It's the people of Blackwind Cave, Tyrant exclaimed. Ziqin's expression became uncertain, but in the end he made up his mind. Demon Ape, take out some yuan liquid. What are you doing? Tyrant's heart skipped a beat. Of course, I'm going to eat it, Ziqin said. A dazzling radiance appeared, releasing 7 colors. The origin liquid was like a small pillar of water, flying toward Ziqin, and was swallowed by the latter. Beside him, Tyrant's heart ached. But at this moment, he also felt that he could not hold on to the yuan liquid. He could only swallow it. Give me some too, Tyrant said. At the same time, he opened his mouth and signaled the demon ape to hurry up. "What are you doing?" Zi-Chun looked at Tyrant in surprise. As soon as he opened his mouth, a 7-colored light flashed in his mouth. Rich spiritual qi rushed out. He quickly shut his mouth. "Of course, I'm going to eat it," Tyrant said. "Idiot." Zi-Chun rolled his eyes and ignored him. The demon ape in Zi-Chen's arms also glanced at Tyrant with disdain. Just like that, the monk was inexplicably looked down upon. He was confused. "That's Yuan liquid. Damn it, he swallowed it just like that." "Hand over the Yuan liquid." A loud shout came from behind. The several nascent core experts all went crazy. That was Yuan liquid, something that even they regarded as a treasure. How could they let a flying cultivator swallow it and waste it? Roar! Boss Wildwolf was furious. The 2-meter-tall man changed again, turning into his original form. His body was as tall as a small mountain. His eyes were dark green. He looked up at the sky and roared. A visible sound wave rippled out, spreading out in all directions. In the distance, Zi-Chun and Tyrant spat out blood and fled at full speed. In the blood that Zi-Chun spat out, there was a 7-colored light circulating. Boss Wild Wolf waved his claw and directly took back the blood along with the 7-colored light. He licked the blood with his scarlet tongue. Immediately, a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. "Stop, shut up." In the back, loud shouts sounded one after another, somewhat hysterical. Several original Dan old monsters appeared, continuously releasing attacks one after another. In front of them, Tyrant's throat was dry. He kept swallowing his saliva as he looked at Zi-Chun. His eyes were filled with heartache. Small pillars of water rushed into Zi-Chun's mouth. He had already swallowed a lot of Yuan liquid. This was a real waste. He would be struck by lightning. The Yuan liquid in Zi-Chen's body released pure energy. While he was refining it, there was still a lot of energy that began to dissipate. While running and refining, it was hard to avoid being distracted. Wastage was also inevitable. Moreover, along with the impact of the energy, the blood that Zi-Chen coughed out also had a 7-colored light. The nascent core old monsters behind them were also constantly collecting the blood. Tyrant's heart ached when he saw this. From time to time, he would also collect some. Behind them, the eyes of the nascent core old monsters were shining with green light. They continuously attacked, not to destroy the enemy, but to injure them and absorb their blood. With the Yuan liquid, their injuries would recover quickly. Zi-Chen closed his mouth tightly, afraid that he would spit out some Yuan liquid and run away. He was also extremely depressed. What did these people take him for? A peerless treasure? They were all using their energy to injure him until he coughed out blood. Even Tyrant was taking advantage of this opportunity to collect some. Damn it, damn it. Hurry up and awaken. The depressed Zi-Chen couldn't help cursing inwardly. Just at this moment, the energy trembled once more. He couldn't help coughing out more blood. With a whoosh, the other nascent core experts rushed over and began to divide up the blood. Each of them had a satisfied expression. Before, they didn't want him to swallow Yuan liquid, but now it was different. They wanted him to swallow and spit out as much as he could. The number of nascent core experts behind them was increasing. There were already more than 7 of them, and with the powerful energy fluctuations in the distance, their numbers were still increasing. The new nascent core old monsters were extremely unhappy because they hadn't gained anything. One of them shouted, "Brat, hurry up and spit it out! Spit it out!" Zi-Chen was infuriated beyond imagination when he heard this. His body trembled. "You can't spit it out? Then swallow more and spit it out." The voice sounded again. "Swallow more and spit it out? Do you think I'm a golden toad?" Zi-Chun was so depressed and angry that his qi and blood surged once more. He coughed out more blood. This time, the blood was accompanied by more 7-colored light. "Don't waste it." The monk's figure flickered as he collected more than half of the multicolored energy. Looking at the remaining multicolored energy, his heart ached as if he was coughing out his own blood. "You damn monk, stop!" The nascent core experts behind him shouted. They rushed forward again to divide up the multicolored energy. Then they opened their mouths again and again, wanting Zi Chen to spit out more yuan liquid. But this time they had miscalculated. Under the impact of the numerous yuan liquid energies in his body, the lightning yuan in Zi Chen's heart finally reacted. With a tremor, the lightning yuan emitted rays of silver light. Then a powerful suction force appeared, instantly absorbing the energy of the yuan liquid. At the same time, a pure energy was fed back and absorbed by Zi Chen's body and abdomen's body. The monk was still waiting for Zi Chen to spit out blood. He was ready to collect the blood and not waste it too much. But he didn't expect that what he was waiting for was Zi Chen's constantly increasing strength. Zi Chen's strength was rising under the naked eye. In an instant, he reached the peak of the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Chapter 463. Within a few breaths, Zi Chen's strength had reached the peak of the early phase of the Zephyr realm. He was only one step away from the middle phase. Tyrant witnessed all of this with his mouth agape. Although the liquefied yuan could indeed help one break through, it was not the only way. It required continuous refinement. Within a few breaths, he had broken through to the peak of the early phase. This was practically godlike speed. Fortunately, Zi Chen did not break through to the middle phase of the Zephyr realm. This made Tyrant feel slightly relieved. "Tyrant, hurry up and leave." At this moment, Zi Chen looked at Tyrant. "What?" Tyrant was puzzled. "Hurry up and leave this place." "Run as far as you can," Zi Chen repeated. "Why?" Tyrant asked again. "Scram." This time, Zi Chen roared and flew into a rage. He sent the other party flying with a kick. "Run as far as you can." It was not that Zi Chen did not want to break through to the middle phase of the Zephyr realm, but that he could not. It was as if there was an inexplicable rule that prevented him from breaking through. At this moment, Zi Chen turned his head and looked at the group of inner core experts. At the same time, he pulled out the devil ape. After asking for some liquefied yuan, he threw the devil ape out and told it to run with Tyrant. Compared to Tyrant, the devil ape was much smarter. It turned into a black light and disappeared. Its speed was faster than Zi Chen and Tyrant, and it caught up with Tyrant in a few breaths. In Zi Chen's hand, there was a ball of liquefied yuan. It kept spinning in his hand, rippling with a 7-colored light. It was very beautiful. With the liquefied yuan in hand, this was one of the reasons why he was not attacked by the inner core experts. Looking around, there were 9 inner core experts surrounding Zi Chen. Their eyes were filled with greed and killing intent as they surrounded him. Among them, the one with the best appearance was the leader of the wild wolves. He had gray fur all over his body, and it was not pure. He looked like a wild wolf with mixed fur. However, his mountain-like body and the powerful aura around him spoke volumes of his strength. It could be seen from the distance between the other inner core experts. Next was Heifeng. He was very strong and surrounded Zi Chen on the other side. At the same time, there were not many primal core experts who dared to approach him. At this moment, none of the nascent core eccentrics were looking at Zi Chen. Instead, they were looking at the liquid essence, their eyes filled with greed. Tyrant didn't run far. He stopped and turned his head to look. He didn't know why Zi Chen wanted to die for nothing. The devil ape jumped on Tyrant's head and stood firmly on it. It was also looking at Zi Chen. "Aren't you worried?" The monk asked curiously. The expression of the devil ape at this moment was as if it was watching a show. Squeak, squeak. The devil ape jumped onto the monk's back and gestured. "You want me to watch the show too?" Monk was stunned for a moment, but he was clearly amused. Then, with a worried expression, he asked, Do you still have any of that liquefied origin essence? Obviously, this was the main problem that he was concerned about. The devil ape looked at Tyrant with disdain, but still nodded. Tyrant was overjoyed. Only then did he turn his head and watch the show with peace of mind. The liquefied origin essence was sparkling and bright. It was very beautiful, but in the end, it was in someone else's hands. The group of inner core experts looked away with difficulty and looked at the owner of the liquefied origin essence. The owner of the liquefied origin essence was a young man. He was slightly handsome, but not surprising. There were hundreds of thousands of people with similar looks in the Bedlam lands, if not a million. He looked very young and was only in the early Zephyr realm. In the Bedlam lands, there were a lot of people like him. His appearance was ordinary, and his cultivation was ordinary. They had no qualms about killing him and snatching his treasures. "Kid, if you don't want to die immediately, spit out a bit more blood," one of the inner core eccentrics shouted directly. Zeechin rolled his eyes. Was this guy an idiot? He didn't want the liquefied origin essence, but insisted on making him spit out blood. Zeechen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the other party again, wondering if he had some kind of special hobby. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and spit out blood." "2 liang, not 2 kilograms," shouted the inner core eccentrics. Chen's expression became unnatural. The other party had taken his blood. If he really had some kind of special hobby, just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. The other inner core eccentrics also looked at him strangely. Then they looked at the inner core experts of the Dark Wind Cave. Because they were all together, their gazes became strange. "Second brother, are you stupid? You don't want the liquefied origin essence, but you want some lousy blood?" Blackwind frowned and couldn't help but reprimand him. The second cave master of the Dark Wind Cave also raised an eyebrow. He instantly understood and his eyes widened. "Yes, spit out at least 2 kilograms of liquefied origin essence." The Dark Wind Cave's people were completely speechless. Blackwind even patted his forehead, thinking, "Why are you so sure about spitting out blood?" The other nascent core elders also laughed. That was especially true of the wild wolf. But why did that sound like a wolf's howl? "Ah ha ha ha, ah ha ha, no wonder your Dark Wind Cave's people are so united. So that's why. What a special hobby." Wild Wolf also swept his gaze over the Dark Wind Cave's people. Hafing fiercely glared at the second leader, then glanced at the Wild Wolf leader and said sarcastically, "Wild Wolf, if you want to laugh, then laugh. If you want to howl, then howl. Don't just howl and laugh indiscriminately. It's so unpleasant to hear. Black Wind, are you courting death?" Wild Wolf glared at Black Wind. "Then we can compete." Black Wind wasn't willing to be outdone. The 2 strongest experts of the 2 factions were confronting each other because of a few words. This made the others speechless. Only Zeechin knew that although they were confronting each other, they were still paying attention to him. As long as he did anything, he would be able to attract their attention. "Kid, hand over your liquefied origin essence, and I'll spare your life." The third cave master stared at the liquefied origin essence in Zeechen's hand. His eyes filled with greed. He deliberately emphasized the word hand. "That's right. Hand over your liquefied origin essence." The other inner core experts also shouted. Zeechin sneered, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. "There's only so much. There's so many of you. Who should I give it to? Why don't you have a competition first? Kid, you dare to show off in front of us with your trashy scheme? You're courting death. Hand over your liquefied origin essence, and we'll spare your life." Wild Wolf and Blackwind also ended their meaningless confrontation. Their cold gazes fell on Zeechin, their killing intent locked onto him. "You really don't want to compete." Zeechen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Cut the crap. If you don't hand over your liquefied origin essence, today will be the day you die." The inner core expert, who made Zi Qin vomit blood earlier, shouted. Since you don't want to compete and there's no way to divide the liquefied origin essence, I might as well eat it, Zi Qin said indifferently. If you dare to eat it, then we dare to kill you. In the distance, the monk and the devil ape were quietly watching the show. But when they heard that Zi Qian wanted to eat the liquefied origin essence, the devil ape's eyes flickered. Black light swirled around its body, and it instantly jumped off the monk's back, fleeing madly into the distance. Didn't you say you were watching the show? Why are you running? The monk was puzzled and turned back to watch the show. Then I'll really eat it, Zi Qian probed. You can try, the other inner core experts sneered. But before their sneers faded, their expressions completely froze. Because Zi Qian really did eat the liquefied origin essence in front of them. Saying that he ate it wasn't right, but drank it. As Zi Qian's atoms apple bobbed, accompanied by a gulping sound, the liquefied origin essence entered his stomach. Zi Qian licked his lips in satisfaction. Not bad, it tastes good. But I ate too much, and I'm a bit sick of it. When they heard that, their noses almost went crooked. This was origin essence. Even inner core experts could smoothly break through after consuming it. It was simply a waste for someone like you to use it. Wasting it was one thing, but you even drank it like water. That was a waste. Their frozen sneers instantly disappeared, replaced by a monstrous killing intent. In an instant, the wind and clouds stirred, and the sky and earth lost their color. Die! The group of inner core experts roared savagely, about to unleash their strongest attacks to kill Zi Qian. Go to hell! But at that moment, Zi Qian let out an even louder roar. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it instantly drowned out their voices. The group of inner core experts were stunned. They didn't understand where Yi Futian's confidence came from, but in the next moment they understood. Boom! The sky suddenly rumbled. A vast heavenly might appeared from the horizon, sweeping towards the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. They could all feel the terror of this heavenly might, but some of them were puzzled, not understanding what this was. Damn it, this is the lightning tribulation. An exasperated roar sounded. It was from the leader of the wild wolves. Heifeng's eyes were also filled with fear. Lightning tribulation. The group of inner core experts were stunned. Then their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock. Just then, the vast heavenly might descended. After sensing the aura of the group of inner core experts, a silver light appeared in the sky. The silver light was so bright that it shook the sky. No one could see clearly what the silver light was, but when the silver light fell, everyone's expression changed. The silver light was actually lightning. Run! Facing so many lightning bolts, even the leader of the wild wolves and Heifeng's faces were pale. Needless to say, the other inner core experts were even more terrified. The fear in their hearts had already reached its peak. They turned around and ran. Boom! Boom! Just then, a large number of lightning bolts fell, directly drowning the group of inner core experts. Ah, this is the lightning tribulation. Help! Quick, save me! As the lightning bolts fell, screams rang out continuously. The group of inner core experts suffered a devastating blow. This area instantly became a sea of lightning. Large amounts of mountains turned into dust and disappeared in the surge of energy. The trees were also reduced to nothingness. The lightning tribulation turned into a sea of lightning. It was silver like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, forming the apocalyptic scene before them. The shrill screams of the inner core experts rang out continuously. Chapter 464. This was a heavenly thunder tribulation triggered by Zi Qin. Other than Zi Qin, who was facing the tribulation. Everyone who was close to Zichen was facing the tribulation. Among them were several primal core old monsters, including evil, good, and evil. The world turned silvery white, forming a sea of lightning. It was like the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens. Thunder rumbled and boundless energy surged, forming a scene of apocalypse. Huge and towering mountains instantly exploded, and countless rocks were shattered by the vibrating energy. The tall, ancient trees in the forest were also instantly turned to dust. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and a world-destroying might swept out. Terrifying energy surged, and miserable screams rose and fell. The Primal Core experts were both shocked and furious. They didn't understand how a mere Yukong could attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation. Facing the lightning, they could only madly flee. The might of their pill weapons continued to surge, shattering the lightning bolts one after another. However, this was a lightning tribulation. Every time a bolt of lightning was shattered, more would appear, forming wave after wave of tribulation. No, a Primal Core expert screamed. His body was charred black. He had just charged out of the lightning tribulation when he saw rays of light appear in the sky again. Boundless lightning fell, instantly drowning him. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The world-destroying lightning seemed to be endless and would never dissipate. A large sea of lightning swept out within 10 miles, destroying everything. This place became the source of the apocalypse. Another primordial core cultivator rushed out, shattering the numerous lightning bolts. The elixir weapon in his hand flashed brilliantly, but similarly he was unable to escape the second wave of attacks. Roar! Leader Wild Wolf's body was bathed in lightning. His eyes were filled with terror. He was a wild wolf great beast. When he broke through, he had experienced a lightning tribulation. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. This was something he didn't want to continue thinking about in his life. It was a nightmare in his heart. But today, he encountered a lightning tribulation again. The sea of lightning fell, and the lightning wreaked havoc. Many parts of his gray fur were charred black. Wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed out like rivers. With the pill weapon in hand, he successfully charged through the first wave of the sea of lightning. Soon after, the second wave of lightning appeared and fell on his head. Looking at the lightning, Leader Wild Wolf was in complete despair. His face was ashen. The lightning tribulation this time was even stronger than the previous one. First Master, quickly transform into your human form. Right at this moment, a voice transmission rang out. Another person whose body was charred black with smoke coming out of his head rushed out. It was the second leader of the Wild Wolf stronghold, and he gave a timely reminder. The leader of the Wild Wolf clan instantly came to his senses and quickly turned back into his human form. There was a hint of gratitude in his despairing eyes. The heavenly thunder tribulation was really too terrifying. It was a nightmare in his heart, so much so that the moment it appeared, he forgot that he could still transform. In his human form, the wolf's body had shrunk a lot. The pill weapon in his hand danced, shattering one bolt of lightning after another. However, each time a bolt of lightning was shattered, more would appear. It was as if there was no end to the lightning. Let's go! After waking up, the leader of the Wild Wolf clan once again had the judgment of a primary core old monster. His pill weapon shattered a large amount of lightning, and he pulled the second leader away, rushing out of the sea of lightning in an instant. After successfully rushing out of the sea of lightning, the two of them were charred black. They had suffered unimaginable injuries. Their hearts were palpitating. After rushing out of the sea of lightning, they flew towards the horizon. At this moment, Origin Liquid and Pill Weapon could be abandoned. The two of them fled with their lives, bringing with them a large amount of lightning. At this moment, the two of them were facing the tribulation. No matter where they ran, they couldn't change this fact. However, relatively speaking, the lightning tribulation would be less powerful if they were far away. Just as Wild Wolf fled, Black Wind rushed out of the sea of lightning. His clothes were torn in many places, and his body was also smoking. "Big brother, save me! Save my big brother!" However, at this moment, cries for help rang out one after another. It was the other leaders of the Dark Wind Cave. They had never experienced the lightning tribulation before, and this was their first time encountering it. Moreover, they were unprepared. They were doomed. Black Wind's eyes flashed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed in again. A moment later, Black Wind rushed out with 3 people beside him. To be precise, they were 3 charred corpses. One of them was extremely weak. After rushing out, the 4 of them quickly left, bringing with them a large amount of the Sea of Lightning. At this moment, there were only 3 primary core old monsters left. They were primary core, loose cultivators, or leaders of small factions. No one would help them. Helpless, the 3 of them formed an alliance and rushed out of the lightning tribulation. The 3 of them were in a very sorry state. They had almost lost half of their lives. After leaving the Sea of Lightning, their gazes became extremely vicious. "Brat, consider yourself lucky that you died under the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, I would have tortured you to death." Such a terrifying lightning tribulation had already left them in a half-dead state, let alone Zue Kong. "Is that so? You want to torture me to death? Since you're so cruel, I'll torture you to death first." At this moment, Zi Chen's voice rang out in the Sea of Lightning. Golden light flashed around him. He was like a golden armored god of war. He rushed out of the Sea of Lightning. Dazzling golden light spread out, dazzling everyone. There were no injuries on his body. Instead, his aura became stronger. What? Their expressions changed as if they had seen a ghost. They were powerful, but they couldn't resist the Sea of Lightning. How could a mere Zue Kong do it? Moreover, he was unscathed. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell and blasted on Zichen's head. The scene of Zichen being killed by the lightning didn't happen. Instead, the destructive energy contained in the lightning was absorbed by him. He can absorb the energy of lightning. The 3 primary core old monsters were shocked. After that, they no longer talked nonsense and began to flee. Thinking of leaving now. "It's too late," Zi Chen's cold voice sounded. Then he turned into a golden light and chased after the 3. In terms of speed, the half-dead 3 were too weak. Soon, Zichen caught up with them. He didn't kill them. He just stayed close to them and blocked the bolts of lightning. At the same time, more bolts of lightning fell, sweeping over the place. Then, the Sea of Lightning that had just disappeared appeared again and began to destroy the surroundings. "Kid, you'll die a horrible death." The 3 primary core old monsters were surrounded by bolts of lightning. Each of them cursed, accompanied by endless screams. "You're people who have experienced the lightning tribulation. How can you be so weak? I really don't know how you escaped the lightning tribulation and reached the primary core realm." Zi Chen sneered. At the same time, he punched out, destroying the bolts of lightning. When the 3 primary core old monsters heard this, they were so wrong that they almost cried. They swore to the heavens that they had reached the primary core realm without experiencing the lightning tribulation. It was because they were afraid of death and were afraid of being blasted into pieces by the lightning tribulation that they chose to give up the chance to reach the intermediate core realm. "We didn't experience the lightning tribulation. Please let us go." One of them roared and began to beg for mercy. He had already lost half of his life. He could die at any time. He was a primary core expert and still had a long lifespan. He didn't want to die so soon. "Who are you trying to fool?" Zi Chen snorted. He didn't believe their words at all. Then he said coldly, "If you want to live, that's easy. You just have to agree to one of my conditions. Zichen said as he was going through the lightning tribulation. Everyone's lightning tribulation was relative to their strength. The one before Zichen wasn't very strong, so he could deal with it easily. Say it. As long as we can do it, we will definitely agree, the three said. Good. Hand over your primary core, and I will spare your lives. Zichen said, his voice still cold. Ah, you little bastard. You are trying to get us killed. Very well. If we die together. The three roared, wanting to fight Zichen to the death. Then, the three gave up resisting the lightning tribulation and charged toward Zichen. Zichen sneered and fled. Behind him were the sounds of thunder and lightning, as well as the angry shouts of the three primal core experts. Boom! Bolts of lightning fell and began to wreak havoc. One of the primary core old monsters, who didn't have an elixir weapon, finally couldn't resist and was shattered by the lightning. His body exploded, and two balls of energy appeared in the lightning tribulation. One was spiritual sense, and the other was primary core. There was also a shiny object, which was a spirit ring. It represented the wealth of the primary core old monster. As soon as his spiritual sense appeared, it swept up his primary core and flew out. But in the meantime, bolts of lightning fell and he screamed. Then his spiritual sense began to burn, and his speed became faster. He wanted to rush out of here. Where do you think you are going? Zichen shouted. He turned into a golden light and rushed to the front of the spiritual sense. He wanted to destroy the spiritual sense and snatch the primary core. Go to hell. The primary core expert, who only had his spiritual sense left, let out a cold, murderous intent. Then, a large part of his spiritual sense was separated and rushed towards Zichen. The powerful spiritual sense of the primary core expert rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness. The spiritual sense energy began to wreak havoc. Zichen's face turned pale instantly. His movements slowed down, but he recovered quickly and rushed forward again. What? The primary core expert, who only had his spiritual sense left, was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why his spiritual sense attack didn't kill Yi Futian. Your spiritual sense is too weak. Previously, your spiritual sense was several times stronger than yours, but it still couldn't kill me. Zichen sneered. When he was escaping with Yu Air with the monk, he was attacked by more than one spiritual sense, but he still survived. Puff! In Zichen's hand, a golden light flashed. The extreme energy turned into a sharp blade, instantly destroying the inner core cultivator's last bit of spiritual sense. Without the control of spiritual sense, the inner core cultivator fell to the ground and was caught by Zichen. A primordial core expert had fallen just like that. Putting away the primary core, Zichen's cold gaze swept toward the other two primary core experts in the sea of lightning. Kid, you're so cruel. You killed us and snatched our primary core. One of them shouted coldly, but he was obviously weak. It was only a matter of time before he died. You want to kill me for liquefied primary core, but the only thing I'm interested in is your primary core. It's the same as killing others and snatching their treasures. What's wrong with that? Zichen sneered. You sinister kid. How dare you set us up like this? You'll die a horrible death, the primary core expert said again. His voice was cold. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and gave up resisting the lightning tribulation. He rushed toward Zichen. Chapter 465. The Primordial Core Cultivator rushed over. Zichen sensed danger. At the same time, a heart-palpitating aura appeared. Zichen's expression changed drastically. Lightning instantly appeared under his feet as he quickly flew into the distance. He was all too familiar with this dangerous aura. Back then, When Shang Guanma blew himself up outside the market, it was like this. The primordial core cultivator's body was covered by lightning. His whole body was glowing, dazzling. A powerful and terrifying aura surged around him. Boom! With an explosion, heaven and earth trembled. The glowing primordial core cultivator's body exploded instantly. The primordial core exploded, creating a powerful destructive force. The void shattered like a mirror, and the many lightning bolts were destroyed. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Zichen dodged in time, avoiding the fatal blow. However, he was still swept by the explosion. He coughed up blood, and his body was severely injured. As for the other primordial core cultivator, he didn't even have time to scream before he died. Wherever the destructive energy passed, his body also exploded. The primordial core in his body also exploded into several parts, like light spots, falling in all directions. In the distance, the monk who was dodging the heavenly lightning tribulation was also swept up by the self-destructive energy. His body fell heavily to the ground, causing a loud boom. Smoke and dust flew up, and a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. The primordial core cultivator exploded. Zichen's body was severely injured. Then his whole body began to glow. It was like a rainbow. It was beautiful. This was the primordial core liquid he had swallowed before. Now it was releasing energy, healing his injured body instantly. In the blink of an eye, Zichen had recovered to his peak. If the primordial core cultivator knew that this was the result of his desperate attack, he would definitely regret it. With his battle power recovered, Zichen looked into the distance. His eyes flashed coldly. Then he turned into a golden lightning bolt and rushed forward. Above his head, a large amount of silver light shone down as bolts of heavenly lightning struck down. Zichen ran as he blocked the lightning bolts. At the same time, he chased after the fleeing experts of the Dark Wind Cave with bolts of heavenly lightning. It was a rare opportunity to kill a core Yuan old monster, so Zichen naturally would not let it go. Furthermore, core Yuan was a good thing, the more the better. The 4 primary core old monsters of the Dark Wind Cave had all arrived. However, other than Haifeng, the other 3 had all been severely injured. As for the 3rd cave master, his aura had become very weak, as if he was about to die. At the moment, they were all being protected by Haifeng. The latter held an elixir weapon in his hand and destroyed the lightning bolts. During the tribulation, he had to bring them along to escape, so his speed was relatively slow. In the battlefield behind them, the screams of the primordial core cultivators before they died made their hearts tremble. At this moment, they were all wondering what kind of existence they had provoked. Just flying in the air was enough to attract the heavenly thunder tribulation. The sound of a primordial core self-detonation had terrified them to the extreme. A primordial core old freak had actually been forced into a dead end and had chosen to self-detonate. But before they could rejoice, Zichen caught up with them from behind at an extremely fast speed. The sound of thunder and lightning, as well as the sea of lightning that was constantly approaching, was the best proof. Not good, he's caught up. Even the self-detonation of core Yuan didn't kill him. Seeing Zichen rushing over, Haifeng's face was filled with disbelief. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. As for the other 3 who were seriously injured, they also showed expressions of despair. Golden light flashed. In just a few breaths, Zichen had closed in, bringing with him a large amount of lightning from the sky. The 4 of them were once again submerged. The moment they were submerged in the sea of lightning, curses, and screams rang out continuously. The primordial core old freaks were practically using their most vicious words. However, it was useless. Zichen only approached the 4 of them and did not attack. He was purely undergoing the heavenly thunder tribulation. The sea of lightning was wreaking havoc in the sky. The few of them screamed again and again. They were already in despair, but they suddenly realized that the sea of lightning that had just appeared had disappeared. When they looked at Zichen again, he had actually turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. It was as if he was fleeing. "He's gone." Haifeng, who was incomparably charred by the lightning, let out a huge sigh of relief. If he had held on a little longer, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Although there was still lightning above his head, with his pill weapon, he could still deal with it. His life was saved. His heavenly thunder tribulation is very powerful. It can't be easily blocked. He should be looking for a place to undergo his heavenly thunder tribulation. "When he finishes, we'll definitely be able to kill him in one blow," said a weak voice from the side. "Kill! We must kill that brat and avenge third brother." Another vicious voice rang out. It was also very weak. Haifeng looked to the side. There were only 2 auras of life left, and they were also very weak. He shook his head and let out a helpless sigh. This time, they had suffered heavy injuries. Their injuries might not recover for a long time. Finding a place to go into seclusion to heal was the right thing to do. Holding his pill weapon, he began to shatter the heavenly thunder tribulation. As for the last of the 4, he had already lost his life when the sea of lightning struck. The power of the heavenly thunder tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. Zichen could no longer underestimate it. He flew all the way. After flying for thousands of miles, he began to resist the heavenly thunder tribulation. At this moment, the heavenly thunder tribulation had become extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with silver light. It was as if a sea of lightning was falling down, wreaking havoc on everything. Boom! Zichen's performance was no longer as eye-catching as before. As the bolts of lightning fell, more wounds appeared on the surface of his body. His skin, which was originally shining with golden light, was now replaced by a charred black. Bolts of heavenly thunder fell, causing his body to suffer heavy injuries. At the same time, every bolt of lightning that fell on Zichen's body would send a bolt of lightning energy into his body. As it wreaked havoc on his meridians, it would also bring along a surge of life force to temper his body. Zichen coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was once again submerged in the sea of lightning. Endless lightning began to fluctuate. His body suffered a fatal injury. His bones were split open by the lightning. In his body, the remaining essence, liquid energy, trembled and began to repair his injured body. By the time monk and demonic ape arrived, the place had already turned into a sea of lightning. There was lightning everywhere as far as the eye could see. Zichen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Monk's expression changed. Such a terrifying, heavenly thunder tribulation was dozens of times stronger than what he had just experienced. He doubted that Zichen could survive it. Boom! Heavenly thunder fell and struck Zichen's body, emitting a crisp cracking sound. His perfect body couldn't withstand it. His body was no longer glowing. He had been struck by the lightning until he was black. Just like the primordial core expert from before, he had nearly turned into charcoal. This was an extremely tragic scene. Zichen coughed up blood as he transcended the heavenly thunder tribulation. His injuries worsened once again. However, the heavenly thunder tribulation clearly had no intention of dissipating. Instead, it became more and more intense. Zichen's body was charred black with smoke everywhere. However, his eyes were incomparably bright. His hands moved, forming seals and unleashing powerful battle techniques. At this moment, his body could still move. The cultivation technique in his body circulated crazily, trying its best to absorb the power of lightning and extract the power of life within to repair his severely injured body. At the same time, he used the sea of lightning to hone his battle techniques. In the distance, Monk was extremely shocked when he saw the soaring golden energy and the powerful battle techniques. He was dumbfounded. It could be said that he had some understanding of Zichen's powerful battle prowess. To be able to withstand the heavenly thunder tribulation was already extraordinary. It was normal for him to have unparalleled battle prowess. The reason why primordial core experts were so much stronger than Yukong was because they had experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation and undergone a transformation. As for Zichen, every time he increased his realm, he was transforming as well. Beside him, demonic ape's small eyes were also filled with astonishment. After an hour, the heavenly thunder tribulation still had not dissipated. Its power was getting stronger and stronger. The destructive power of the thunder forced monk and demonic ape to retreat again. Compared to an hour ago, they had already retreated more than 10 miles. It had to be said that as Zichen's strength increased, the power of the heavenly thunder tribulation was also getting stronger. Moreover, every heavenly thunder tribulation was life-threatening. It meant that the heavens and earth did not tolerate it. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Within a radius of 10 miles, there was nothing left. There were no more green plants. Not even a fist-sized rock could be seen. Thunder rumbled as the heavenly thunder tribulation struck. Zichen was severely injured and coughed out blood. After recovering from his injuries, he was severely injured again. It could be said that he had gone through many trials. After another hour, the terrifying heavenly thunder tribulation slowly dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. With Zichen as the center, there was nothing left within a radius of 10 miles. The ground had collapsed by tens of meters, forming a huge pit. Zichen's traces were long gone. There was only a black, human-shaped, charred body in the middle. There was no sign of life on the charred body. It was like a corpse. Monk's expression changed several times. He said carefully, "He can't be dead, right?" Demonic ape's small eyes widened. "Ka." In the silent pit, there was a soft sound, like the sound of a cocoon breaking out. The human-shaped, charred body crumbled. And a ray of golden light was revealed. It was just a ray of golden light, but it was extremely dazzling. It lit up the area within a radius of 10 miles. The ground was golden as if it was covered in gold. Monk's eyes were filled with astonishment. Crack, crack. More and more charred bodies fell. Rays of golden light shot out from them. It was dazzling like a golden sun. At the same time, there was a strong vitality in the golden light. Boom! In the end, the charred body exploded, revealing a golden figure. His whole body was shining. It was so golden that people could not look at him directly. They could only see a golden figure from afar, but they could not see what was in the figure. In the golden light, Zichen was naked. The qi and blood in his body flowed like a raging river, releasing a strong aura. He did it. Monk was shocked when he felt the aura that was far beyond the average middle stage Zephyr realm. Chapter 466. The golden light receded and Zichen was clad in a robe. The powerful aura surging around him was also slowly receding into his body. At this point, his strength had broken through and reached the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. It took him more than a year to reach the middle stage from the early stage. Looking at Zichen, the surprise in Tyrant's eyes grew stronger. Zichen had just broken through the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, but his realm was much stronger than the average middle stage Zephyr realm expert. The heavenly thunder tribulation had helped Zichen break through again and again. He had already walked a long way in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. This would save him a lot of time to reach the late stage of the Zephyr realm in the future. "Have you put everything away?" With just a few flashes, Zichen appeared in front of Tyrant and asked, "What things?" Tyrant played dumb. Inner core fragments, and the spirit rings of the inner core experts. Zichen emphasized, "Weren't those destroyed together with the self-destruction of the inner core experts?" Tyrant asked with a puzzled face. Zichen nodded and didn't say anything else. Only a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a loud noise, which lasted for a long time, attracted many powerful warriors of the Zephyr realm. There were no less than 100 of them. Their eyes flashed with greed, but when they saw the deep pit on the ground, their greed turned into fear. Just as a few reckless Zephyr realm experts were easily killed by Zichen, their fear turned into fear. As Zichen's cold gaze swept around, the Zephyr realm experts in the distance began to retreat. In a few breaths, they had all disappeared. Zichen also flew away, followed by the Devil Ape and Tyrant. As for the inner core experts, they didn't show up. They must have gone back to heal their wounds. Zichen, it's time to distribute the liquefied essence. In a safe place, Tyrant's voice sounded, asking for the liquefied essence from Zichen. What liquefied essence? Didn't I use it all to save you? Zichen turned his head with a puzzled face. You're lying. Are you trying to deny it? I asked the Devil Ape before, and it said there was more, Tyrant said angrily. Oh, do you have more? Zichen looked at the Demon Ape. The little girl looked at Zichen and then at the monk. She shook her head like a rattle drum and put on an innocent look. You too. Looking at the two rascals, the monk was so angry that his body was trembling. Zichen looked up at the sky indifferently. The Devil Ape was also scratching its ears and cheeks, looking around with its innocent little eyes. The monk was so angry that he wanted to bite the two of them to death. In the end, he sighed helplessly and said dejectedly, all right, you win. Everything will be shared. With a pained expression on his face, Tyrant took out his Dan Yuan and spirit ring. After receiving Zichen's permission, the Devil Ape also took out its liquefied essence, which made Tyrant stare at it for a while. Following this, the two of them had different opinions on how to split the spoils, and they continued to argue. You really are a greedy monk. You're the greedy one. You already swallowed quite a bit of essence before, so why should we split it 50-50? 70-30? I'll take 70, you take 30, roared Tyrant. After arguing for a while, they ended up splitting it 60-40. Zichen also got a portion for the Devil Ape. Now that he knew the true value of essence, Zichen wanted to get as much as he could, even if he had to suffer a loss in other aspects. Zichen received 60% of the essence, while Tyrant received 40%. However, he took the rest of the Dan Yuan fragments, and spirit rings. Zichen also only received a Dan Yuan and a spirit ring. Of course, neither of them were satisfied with this result. Tyrant flaunted his Dan Yuan fragments in front of the Devil Ape, wanting to use them to exchange for the Devil Ape's portion of essence. Only after the Devil Ape swallowed those Dan Yuan fragments did Zichen become satisfied. As for Tyrant, he was so angry that he didn't look the slightest bit like a monk. News of that day's battle quickly spread, causing quite a stir. Wild Wolf Stronghold's third boss had been killed by the two of them, and their Dan weapons and essence had been taken away. As for the other Dan Yuan experts who had chased after them, they had been inexplicably struck by heavenly lightning tribulation. As soon as this news spread, the entire region was shaken. But it wasn't because they had killed Dan Yuan experts, but because of the essence. The value of Yuan liquid was simply too high. This was a rare item that could help people break through. In this area, 8 out of 10 original core realm old monsters would forever be stuck at the early stage of the original core realm. They had no chance of reaching the mid-stage, and Yuan liquid was the only way for them to step into the mid-stage. As a result, even more experts appeared, and they began to search for Zichen and Tyrant's traces. Other than Zichen, who had recovered from his injuries due to his breakthrough, both Tyrant and the Devil Ape had been injured, so they spent the rest of their time healing. As for Zichen, he was familiarizing himself with his realm. His breakthrough had made Zichen's battle prowess even stronger, and his comprehension of various battle skills had also deepened. Several days later, Tyrant's injuries were completely healed. He then used the essence to break through to the late Dan Yuan realm, and Zichen stood guard for him. As for the devil ape, it had always been willing to give. But now, it had taken a fancy to Zichen's Dan Yuan. Dan Yuan was a kind of solidified energy that contained extremely powerful and pure energy. Even Zichen didn't dare to casually absorb it. Only Dan Yuan experts could easily absorb it. Last time, the devil ape had eaten a few pieces of broken Dan Yuan. Zichen had been shocked for a long time. He had never imagined that the devil ape would ask for the complete Dan Yuan in his possession. Just as Zichen gave the Dan Yuan to the devil ape put it into its mouth and swallowed it as if it was chewing candy. This made Zichen's jaw drop. After swallowing a complete elixir essence, the devil ape fell into a deep slumber. The black light around its body became thicker, almost covering its entire body. Zichen knew that it was refining the elixir essence, so he waited patiently. 10 days later, the devil ape woke up. Zichen. A slightly childish voice sounded in Zichen's mind. The latter's expression changed. He looked around but found nothing. When he lowered his head and saw the devil ape's surprised and excited eyes, his expression became hesitant. He whispered, "Devil ape, it's you." "It's me, it's Zichen." The devil ape's voice was intermittent. It was very childish, like a child who had just learned to speak. "It's really you. You can talk." Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is telepathy." "Telepathy?" The devil ape slowly adapted. "Telepathy? Didn't you have telepathy before? Why can't you use telepathy?" Zichen had always been puzzled about the devil ape's inability to use telepathy. He had asked several times, but the devil ape made gestures that Zichen could not understand. "My telepathy was too weak before, and my realm was not high enough," the devil ape said again. This time the telepathy was very fast, but the childish voice could not be changed. After that, the two began to communicate. Zichen asked about all the doubts in his heart, and the devil ape, who had just learned to use telepathy, was happy to communicate with Zichen like this. "By the way, how did you appear in the holy burial ground?" Zichen asked. The devil ape shook its little head and said, "I don't know. When my memory came back, I was already there, and I have been absorbing the aura there for a living." With that, the devil ape showed an embarrassed expression and said telepathy, "You are the first human I saw. I was very curious, so I have been following you, wanting to scare you." Zichen could not help but think of the scene that day. Because of Elder Hiroshi's speculation, they felt that the holy burial ground was extremely terrifying. After that, the devil ape's ghost-like figure really scared him. The two continued to communicate, and it could be said that the more they talked, the more excited they became. Zichen also asked about the thing he was most concerned about. "What is that move you often use called? Can you teach me?" "That is a kind of magic similar to confinement. I awakened it naturally. I only know how to cast it, but I don't know how to teach it." Zichen could not help but feel depressed when he heard this, but he also expected it because Elder Hiroshi had said it before. "Then what is your strength now?" Zichen asked again. He had known the devil ape for 3 years. During these 3 years, Zichen broke through from the 9th layer of heaven to the middle stage of the Zephyr plane, but he did not see the devil ape grow. "Using the realm of you humans, I am now in the late stage of the Zephyr plane," the devil ape said. "Late stage of the Zephyr plane? You swallowed an elixir core and several broken elixir cores, and you are only in the late stage of the Zephyr plane." Zichen was very surprised and asked, "Then what realm were you at before the early stage of the Zephyr plane?" "I was at the peak of the middle stage of the Zephyr plane. The energy contained in the elixir core was not pure. After refining it, I barely broke through to the late stage." "What?" Zichen's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. "The energy contained in the elixir core was more than 100 times purer than that of a high-grade primordial stone. Perhaps only the legendary supreme-grade primordial stones could compare. Even if Zichen had ultimate energy, he dared not say that the energy contained in the elixir core was not pure. If the energy in the elixir core is not pure, then what kind of pure energy do you need? Liquefied essence. Zichen could not help but ask. Unexpectedly, the devil ape nodded immediately and said, "Yes, liquefied essence is very good, or more elixir cores will do. Elixirs that are more than 10,000 years old will do as well." The devil ape's answer made Zichen almost speechless. Everything the devil ape wanted was not easy to find. Zichen's breakthrough required a huge amount of resources, but now he had met an even bigger one, and one that was even more picky than Zichen. Not to mention the preciousness of liquefied essence. Just the elixir core itself was not so easy to obtain. One elixir core was equivalent to a core old monster, and Zichen did not have the ability to kill one yet. As for the 10,000-year-old elixirs in the land of chaos, even if there were some 10,000-year-old elixirs, they would have been picked by others. Without these things, it will be difficult for my strength to improve. The energy in those high-grade primordial stones is not as pure as the energy in the bones in the holy burial land. Zichen stared blankly, not knowing what to say. He had originally thought that he had found a powerful pet that didn't need to expend energy and only knew how to pay. But today, when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that he had found himself an ancestor. Seeing Zichen's unnatural expression, the devil ape hurriedly said, "The stronger I am, the more powerful my innate magic will be. I can feel that I still have many powerful battle skills that have not been awakened. Is this considered a temptation?" Zichen could not help but roll his eyes. At this moment, a powerful aura surged from the monk who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. At the same time, it attracted the surrounding spiritual chi. Chapter 467. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was in a completely berserk state. The monk is about to break through. Zichen was shocked, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. In the chaotic land where core yuan old monsters could die at any time, one more bit of strength meant one more bit of guarantee for survival. Once the monk broke through, the two's combat power would be stronger, and their chances of survival would be greater. As he looked over, the monk had already turned pure gold. He sat cross-legged with a dignified look on his face. He looked like a great Buddha with benevolent eyes and was chanting sutras. The spiritual energy in the surroundings surged violently and rushed toward the monk. At this moment, the monk, who was emitting golden light, seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. He began to crazily absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His breakthrough did not attract the lightning tribulation, but the momentum was not small. The range of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth began to increase. At first, it was a few miles, followed by 10 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, and then dozens of miles. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within dozens of miles was gathering toward the monk and being absorbed by him. Amitabha. The monk chanted sutras, looking solemn. A huge Buddha appeared behind him, emitting endless golden light. At the same time, there were ancient Buddhist scriptures revolving around the monk, shining with golden light. The monk's breakthrough caused many strange phenomena. The only thing left was the lightning tribulation, but everyone had their own path. The monk did not regret not having the lightning tribulation. Cultivation methods were not fixed, and the future path was naturally different. Moreover, in the current world, how many people could attract the lightning tribulation? The monk's breakthrough was also huge. Hundreds of beasts crawled and roared in fear, causing a beast tide that shook the earth. Such a huge movement spread for tens of thousands of miles, and it was naturally noticed by those who were observant. Boom! The void shook, and a terrifying energy came from the horizon. A core yuan pressure appeared, accompanied by a loud shout, "Hand over the liquefied yuan and core yuan, and I'll spare your lives." The cold voice resounded through the world, making people feel like vomiting blood. A tall figure appeared, surrounded by killing intent. He walked step by step from the horizon. He had been looking for the two for a long time, but there was no clue until the energy went berserk. Looking at the monk who was breaking through, a cold smile flashed across his face. The monk was at the critical moment of his breakthrough and could not be disturbed. Zi-Chen also could not turn around and run at this moment. This was like a battle to catch a turtle in a jar. "Don't worry and break through. I will deal with this person." Zi-Chen sent a voice transmission, then rushed toward old freak Dan Yuan. At the same time, the devil ape stood on Zi-Chen's shoulder, waiting for an opportunity to move. "Sky Tyrant Fist." Zi-Chen roared. Energy surged around him, golden light wreaking havoc. He was like a golden armored god of war as he charged at old freak Dan Yuan. His quintessence, energy, and spirit instantly reached the pinnacle. He unleashed a domineering fist strike that caused heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if his fist light had become the only thing in heaven and earth. In the distance, Yukong rushed over after hearing the commotion. When he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. A Zephyr cultivator actually dares to try to break through to the core Yuan realm. Is he courting death? Although they could see that this punch was extraordinary, old monster Dan Yuan was too strong. They didn't think that this punch could cause any harm to him. He's a barbarian, but he's very strong. Back then, he was the one who joined hands with that monk to kill the third master. A survivor of the wild wolf stronghold in the crowd said where Zi-Chen came from. "TCH, what can a barbarian do? He could kill the third master because he was seriously injured. Plus, they must have used some tricks." That's right. The difference between a Zephyr cultivator and a core Yuan cultivator is like heaven and earth. Even some monstrous geniuses from big forces wouldn't dare to say that they could kill a core Yuan cultivator. A voice came from the crowd. He doesn't know what death is." At the same time, a cold snort sounded. Seeing this punch, the core Yuan cultivator sneered and also threw out a punch. Boom! The two fists collided and a loud explosion burst out. Terrifying energy spread out, and the void was torn apart by this energy. The golden fist light was instantly destroyed, and Zi-Chen's figure was blown back hundreds of meters. The core Yuan cultivator stood there motionless, but there was a trace of surprise in his disdainful eyes. He realized that he didn't kill the enemy in one blow. He didn't even injure the enemy. Boom! Zi-Chen, who had just been blown back, rushed over again. Boundless golden light flashed, and Ba Yan threw out another punch. The dazzling fist light made everyone's eyes light up again. It was like a moving sun. "It's useless," the core Yuan cultivator shouted and threw out another powerful attack. Ba Yan's punch was shattered, and Zi-Chen was blown back again. The surrounding people were already dumbfounded. Their guess was right. This barbarian was no match for the core Yuan cultivator, but the latter couldn't do anything to him either. At the very least, he couldn't kill him in a short time. Zi-Chen's figure was like a ghost. After being blown back, he rushed forward again and threw out another powerful attack. He only used the tyrannical fist. Although he was blown back again and again, he rushed forward again and again. The powerful, perfect body provided him with energy and at the same time healed the minor injuries caused by the impact. "Damn it, you've made me angry." Unable to kill the enemy, the core Yuan cultivator shouted, and the killing intent in his eyes became denser. A light flashed, and a pill weapon appeared in his hand. It was a long stick as black as ink and emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it caused the void to tremble. As soon as the core Yuan cultivator appeared, it caused a commotion. Everyone knew that the core Yuan cultivator's battle prowess could be multiplied by several times with a pill weapon. It's over. This battle is about to end. That's right. Once the pill weapon appears, the barbarian will die without a doubt. Discussions broke out again. As soon as the pill weapon appeared, no one was optimistic about Zichen anymore. Of course, no one was optimistic about him before. Zichen, kill him. This pill weapon is mine. Seeing the black stick in his opponent's hand, the devil ape's eyes shone brighter than when he saw the Yuan liquid. This is core Yuan, not flight. It's already good enough to block him. Besides, it's so big. Can you even carry it? Zichen couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the next moment, a silver light flashed and a long spear appeared. It was also a pill weapon. Pill weapon! He also has a pill weapon, and it's not the third leader's. The crowd exclaimed again, looking at the pill weapon in Zichen's hand. Everyone's eyes became fervent. Even the core Yuan cultivator opposite him was the same. Good. A pill weapon and Yuan liquid. This time, I, Gongmeng, have made a big profit. The core Yuan cultivator opposite him let out a sinister laugh. Then he waved the long stick in his hand and smashed it at Zichen. Boom! As soon as the long stick appeared, the wind and clouds stirred, and a terrifying aura circulated. As the long stick passed, the void began to shatter, and a huge crack extended toward Zichen. Zichen activated his extreme energy and used the long spear to block in front of him. The long stick struck fiercely and immediately caused an explosion. Boundless energy rippled between the two pill weapons. Then, Zichen and the devil ape fell straight to the ground. Everywhere they passed, blood bloomed. Is he dead? In the distance, everyone watched this scene. Bang! A loud explosion sounded from the ground. Zichen rushed up. His new robe was full of dust, and there were bloodstains on his chest. There was no longer a pill weapon in his hand, and the devil ape from before did not appear either. He's not dead. He's not dead. Only a pet died. He's not dead. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. However, at this moment, they saw that after the injured barbarian appeared, he did not run away. Instead, he rushed towards the core Yuan cultivator again. Ba Yan's fist appeared again. He used his body to collide with the pill weapon. You're courting death, the core Yuan cultivator shouted. But before he could attack with the long stick, his expression changed. He suddenly turned around with the long stick and struck behind him. Behind him, a tall figure appeared. Its body was as black as ink, and it looked like an ape but not an ape. It was a strange creature. Its eyes emitted red light, and it held a long spear in its hand. But it looked like a long stick, and it smashed towards Gongmeng. Wherever the attack passed, the void also shattered. Bang! The long stick collided with the long spear, causing a loud explosion. A powerful force appeared, and the strange creature seemed to have been smashed into nothingness, dissipating into thin air. Just as the core Yuan cultivator was dumbfounded, Zichen's attack arrived. Such a powerful attack directly sent Gongmeng flying. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. A core Yuan cultivator was really sent flying by a zephyr. What shocked them even more was that the little guy from before had suddenly become so tall. The loud sound spread far and wide, attracting many experts. There was no lack of core Yuan cultivators among them. They were all so surprised, but Gongmeng was only sent flying. He was not injured. There were many familiar faces among them, including Wild Wolf and Heifeng. They were not in a hurry to attack, but were waiting to see what would happen. No matter what, these two would not be able to survive today. Ah! Gongmeng roared, completely mad. He felt extremely humiliated to be sent flying by a zephyr. Die! The long stick in his hand danced, unleashing powerful attacks. One stick image after another smashed toward Zichen. Zichen easily dodged, occasionally counterattacking. As for the devil ape, its figure was like a ghost, appearing from the void, using its spear as a stick to smash down. Furthermore, its attacks were extremely terrifying. Gong Meng had no choice but to face them head-on. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Tyrant's breakthrough had also reached the late stage. The endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been successfully refined. His body began to emit the aura of a late Zephyr expert. His expression was solemn, and his face was filled with benevolence. He looked like a senior monk. But after the golden light faded, his words once more made people wonder if he was really a monk. Don't hold back. Attack together. Today, I will slaughter a core yuan cultivator. As the monk spoke, the merciful expression on his face vanished, replaced by a torrential, murderous intent. Under that powerful aura, Tyrant took out his pill weapon. It was the third boss's pill weapon. At the same time, golden light flashed around him once more. 2 rays of golden light appeared on each side of him, transforming into human figures. Luohan clones. Attack together, shouted Ziqin. His aura soared, and the golden light around him became even more resplendent. Chapter 468. Just a moment ago, he was solemn and benevolent. In the next second, he was filled with murderous intent. Such a huge difference made everyone seriously doubt if he was really a monk. Everyone was stunned. But when they heard that the monk wanted to kill Dan Yuan, they all sneered. Joining hands to kill Dan Yuan was simply boasting shamelessly. But this kind of sneer quickly disappeared. The monk used his doppelganger, splitting one into 3. His battle strength became even stronger. As for the barbarian who had shocked them before, his body was also blooming with a brilliant golden light. After that, he unexpectedly also sent out a clone. Although it was only one clone, judging from the surging aura of this clone, this was a clone that couldn't be underestimated. However, things weren't over yet. The void trembled as the gigantic devil ape appeared once more. However, this time around, it wasn't a single devil ape. Instead, there were 10s of them, each of them wielding a pill weapon as they surrounded Gong Meng from all directions. Each doppelganger emitted a powerful aura as if each doppelganger was the real body and possessed great battle strength. Is this a doppelganger battle? Everyone widened their eyes and was dumbfounded. Among them, the tall doppelganger brought the greatest shock to everyone. From afar, it looked like dozens of experts holding dozens of pill weapons. If each doppelganger had the power of the real body and attacked together, Gong Meng would definitely be smashed into pieces. Looking at the doppelganger around him, Gong Meng's forehead was immediately covered with sweat. The doppelganger brought him great pressure, but he did not believe that each doppelganger had the same battle strength as the real body. So he swung the long staff in his hand and smashed it at one of the doppelganger. Bang! With a soft sound, one of the doppelganger was easily crushed. It was just a doppelganger without any battle strength. This made Gong Meng feel relieved. After destroying one doppelganger, the other doppelganger moved. Each of them held a pill weapon and smashed it at him. The wind whistled and the energy surged. The void began to distort violently. It looked like the doppelganger was attacking together. Gong Meng's long staff danced and a destructive aura burst out. The doppelganger was destroyed one after another, but the real body was nowhere to be seen. Then he felt a pain on his back. He was hit by a pill weapon. The doppelganger's real body appeared behind him. At the same time, the monk joined forces with the other 2 doppelganger and launched a powerful attack. Ma. The Sanskrit mantra appeared again, forming a strange force that shook Gong Meng's soul. Tyrannical fist. Ziqin roared. Together with his doppelganger, he threw out a powerful punch. For a moment, a blinding golden light illuminated the horizon. 2 golden fist lights shot up into the sky. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out as a fierce battle broke out. Many energy attacks landed on Gong Meng's body. Even though he was a powerful core yuan old monster, he couldn't withstand so many attacks and coughed up blood. The attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. Some were fake, some were real. He couldn't tell, so he could only use his alchemy weapon to block them all. His long staff danced in the air, but he couldn't care less. Many of the attacks landed on his body. Zi Chen's 2 punches were powerful, but when they were swept by the long rod, they were instantly shattered. At the same time, many of the demonic ape's clones were also destroyed. One of the monk's 2 clones was destroyed. Tyrannical Fist, second form. Zi Chen's eyes flashed as he roared again. The golden fist wind instantly changed direction. This time, dozens of fist lights appeared. Each of these fist lights was only slightly weaker than the previous one, but the combined power of these dozens of fist lights was far greater than the first one. Boom! His clones struck out the same number of fist lights. In total, there were nearly 100 fist lights. Each of them was incomparably powerful. They filled the sky and caused an energy riot. Ma. The monk and his clones spoke together. The 6-syllable mantra emitted a strange power, causing the core yuan old monster to be absent-minded for a moment. While he was distracted, close to 100 fist auras landed on his body. The attacks were like raindrops crackling and popping. The powerful energy vibrated, hitting Gong Meng until he was dizzy. But before he could wake up, his body was surrounded by a black light. It was like shackles confining him in the air. After the devil ape used his innate ability, the alchemy weapon in his hand emitted a terrifying aura. It directly smashed towards Gong Meng's head. Boom! With a loud sound, Gong Meng's body smashed into the ground like a meteor. A large amount of blood was left in the air, and a human-shaped pit was formed on the ground. In the distance, all the Yukongs were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A core yuan old monster was injured just like that. Moreover, it was done by the Yukongs. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. In the distance, Hei Feng and Yi Lang's eyes flashed with surprise. The other core yuan experts were also extremely shocked. The battle wasn't over yet. The vitality of a core yuan expert was incomparably powerful. Naturally, he wouldn't die so easily. The devil ape's figure flashed, merging into the void and rushing towards the ground. In less than a breath, a muffled sound came from the ground. Gong Meng was swept by the spear. He was knocked into the air, his limbs facing the sky. Ma. Gong Meng was knocked into the air, and his body was unsteady. The monk and his clone's 6-syllable mantra rose, and at the same time, the alchemy weapon in his hand slashed forward. Zi Chen also struck out several attacks at the same time. Among them, the second style of the tyrannical fist, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared one after another. Thunderbolt finger. At the same time, thunder rumbled, and a finger imprint descended. It seemed to be formed by lightning, shining brilliantly and emitting a terrifying aura. It pointed straight at Gong Meng's head. The devil ape rushed out from the ground, its large hand grabbing at Gong Meng. Black light flashed, and Gong Meng's body was once again shrouded in black light. His body was imprisoned. Gong Meng was first rendered speechless by the 6-syllable mantra, then imprisoned. Although these were things that could be resolved in an instant, to experts, many things could happen in that instant. The pitiful Gong Meng didn't even have time to scream before he was drowned out by the numerous attacks. First, it was the numerous golden fist lights, each one incomparably powerful, causing him to see stars. Then it was the pill soldiers' attacks, which were even more unimaginably powerful. At this moment, Gong Meng couldn't even open his mouth to ask for help. Furthermore, the spiritual will attacks he had used with great difficulty were completely useless against the 3 of them. He had only destroyed a few clones. The 3 of them were completely unharmed. Such powerful spiritual wills shocked everyone. He had used his alchemy weapon with great difficulty to attack the devil shadow that he thought was the real body. However, he still hit the clones. The devil ape, with its many clones, was the greatest threat to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the real body. Furthermore, every time he attacked, more energy would hit him. This made him feel helpless. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. After repeated attacks, Gong Meng's protective light barrier was finally broken, revealing his true appearance. Now that his protective light barrier was broken, his face filled with terror. He felt the threat of death. Just at this moment, he felt his vision blur. A black shadow seemed to flash in front of him. Before he could use his alchemy weapon to counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A silver spear had pierced his throat from behind. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy charged into his mind. Ah! Gong Meng raised his head to the sky and roared, completely enraged. He had already given up all hope. He was about to explode his core yuan the instant his spiritual will was destroyed. Uft! But before he could use his core yuan's energy, he felt another wave of pain. Another alchemy weapon had pierced his body. This time it was his heart. A wave of energy surged out of the alchemy weapon, crushing his innards and preventing his core yuan from exploding. Gong Meng's spiritual will was instantly extinguished. His eyes widened as his head exploded. His soul and body were both destroyed. From the time his protective light shield was destroyed to Gong Meng's death, it had all happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one was able to react. Gong Meng's headless corpse fell from the sky. His core yuan had been taken away by Tyrant, his spirit ring had been taken by Ziqin, and his alchemy weapon had been held by the devil ape. The three of them had instantly divided up all of Gong Meng's belongings. That speed was shocking. A powerful primal core eccentric with a pale weapon had died just like that. Everyone was still in a state of shock, unable to react. The three of them exchanged a glance and turned to leave. They naturally saw He Feng, Yi Lang, and the other core yuan experts. The three of them turned into streaks of light and began to flee. Stay here. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Yi Lang transformed into his true form. His huge body was comparable to a mountain, and he emitted a powerful aura. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless killing intent. Boom! He Feng's powerful aura also erupted. He took a step in the air, causing heaven and earth to shake. He charged toward Ziqin and the others. At the same time, the auras of core yuan experts surged out from all directions. One by one, they surrounded the three of them. Kill! The three of them looked around and saw a core yuan expert who was lacking in confidence. He held an alchemy weapon and charged toward his opponent with monstrous killing intent. Seeing the three of them coming at him aggressively, the core yuan eccentric's heart couldn't help but tremble. He was a lone cultivator and hadn't joined any forces. He also didn't have an alchemy weapon. Although he was greedy, he cared more about his own life. Gong Meng was killed in a few moves, and his weapon was stolen. That was a lesson learned from his mistakes. At this moment, seeing the three of them charging at him crazily, and the doppelgangers appearing again, it was obvious that they were going to go all out. He gritted his teeth decisively. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and dodged to the side. Swish! 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 Several rays of light began to flash. The three of them rushed past their opponent and rushed into the distance. Damn it! Stop him! If you stop him, we can kill him. Are you King stupid? You actually dodged at this critical moment. Angry curses rang out. Many core yuan eccentric experts rushed up. After glaring at core yuan, they chased after Ziqin and the others. However, their speed was relatively slow. Soon, the three of them were left far behind. After a few flashes, they were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Search! Find them even if you have to search the entire area. An angry roar echoed in the void, lingering for a long time. The entire area was mobilized. They began to search for the three of them. Soon they found a clue. Thus, another great chase began. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.